Oh, whoops. Yes, everyone, you know what time it is. It's your boy Jack here, joined by Dermatron yet again on the fan show. Dave, everyone, if you didn't know already, he's just dealing with a family matter at the moment. His sister is not well. She's in hospital. And so he's just taking some very needed time to sort of be with his family as well as be with his sister when I think a very important sort of operation is underway. But he'll be back with us. I don't think, I think he'll be back with us quite soon, actually. I think he should be back by tomorrow or something, or maybe by Wednesday. But everybody, do keep Dave in your thoughts, do keep his family in your thoughts. Just wish him well, wish him strong. And everybody, outside of Spurs, I would say just, check in with yourselves. Make sure that you yourself are in the right place, you yourself are healthy and everything. But hopefully everybody that's joining us today is all good. Hopefully everything outside of Spurs is at least, doing all right in your life at least. But Dermatron, here to try to navigate through this chaos and maybe even the funeral of Tottenham Hotspur is you, and you're putting on a brave face today and joining me. Thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm absolutely fine, Jack. Again, it's an honor to be here. Absolute privilege to join you on these fan shows. They're brilliant to come on to, but they're excellent to host with you. Look, yeah, it is a bit of a dark time at Spurs, but look, we have to look on the bright side. We will be back. We will rise. Look, there's only 7 games left of this season. Let's get them over with and let's start next season fresh, buoyant, all together. And this mighty Spurs will go marching on, hopefully to some success next season.
Yeah. Well, in some way, you hope that the rebuild is in the aim for success. But often in these rebuilds, we seem to kind of fall short or kind of find ourselves back in the beginning. But everybody, if you're already in here and if you're already joined us, please smash that like button. We're going to get through some talking points on this one. But I feel like maybe first I'm going to get through the chat, kind of wish you all well, say hello to all of you. We're going to get on our first guest of the evening, Ryan, just because I do think he's on a bit of a tight schedule at the moment. We'll get him on. Then we'll actually bring on the likes of Mia to go through a lot of different sort of talking points and everything like that. Then Daniel, then Jerome, as well as plenty of others I think lined up. Donovan is in the background. So some good people. If you want to come on and have your say, feel free to join them, everybody. I'm going to say hello to all of you first, and then we're going to get on our first guest of the evening. Like I said, everybody, feel free to hit that like button, get your comments in, because I would love to say hello to each and every one of you. Rekka's in here. He's saying Sanchez did perform terribly, including an assist for the opposition. Spurs fans are rightfully mad at him, who is earning millions per annum and still can't perform for a club top 4. We'll get into it when it comes to the Sanchez debate, Rekka, but there is your opinion. Zara Ace is in the house saying, this is my opinion. It might sound a bit delusional. If we only win Newcastle game, that will be amazing for us. So next time when Arsenal goes to the Newcastle ground, they will give their very hard time to Arsenal. Maybe yet again another opportunity for Newcastle to sort of crush some Gooner hearts. Absolutely right. Georgie Hill is in here. Big up, George. Big up, lads. Fans booing Sanchez is the result of years of frustration. Not his fault. He's shit, but he did choose to stay and collect a paycheck to ride the bench. Stellini is lost. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. George, I think you hit a lot of the talking points that will be spoken about tonight. I think Sanchez, at the end of the day, he tries his very best, but we all know that he's somebody that's never really been good enough and somebody that's kind of persisted here for quite a long time, despite not being good enough. A lot of that has to do with the ownership. A lot of that, I think, actually, to a degree, has to do with Sanchez, too, and not maybe being motivated enough to either push for a move elsewhere or anything like that. He seems to be quite happy with kind of just taking the sort of auxiliary bench role that he seems to have had for quite some time. And then when we've called upon him, for the most part, he's usually let us down. And it's probably, again, why maybe some of the frustration was vented towards him is how many times have we asked just maybe 1 game, 2 games from Sanchez? And most of the time he usually does sort of, fail to perform in that regard. I don't think it's the case that he usually does push out for us. But yeah, George, it's a tough one. Ryan Trestain will be speaking to him first, and he's grabbed that membership. And it's good to see Ryan back in the house. Ellie's in here too. Oh my God, I had a dream last night that we were winning every match, but I woke up and had a Man City shirt on. Ellie, what are you doing? You can't be putting on that Man City shirt. What's going on with Ellie these days,
Ellie, look, I'm sorry, Ellie. I'm going to have to put you on timeout now for that now. I'm going to have to put you on the bench now for the next game. Okay, so you have to come back and prove in training that you're back as a Spurs lady again. Man City shirt. What we're going to do with her? I don't know.
Come on. At least, I don't know, Ellie. Ellie, you gotta stick with the mighty Spurs, and you of
Yeah.
all people know that. Mick Hermlock's in the house too. Good to see you, my friend. And also, congratulations. I think it was a grandson that you had recently, Mick. So really pick yourself up, my friend. Eddie Dubai Spurs, pick up, lads. Good evening. Looking forward to another great show. Really appreciate it, Eddie, and thank you for getting in your comments. And King Hoddle saying we boo our up players, cheer when they are subbed, abuse them on social media, and whine daily about trophies when the likes of Everton, Villa, Leeds, and Forest have more entitlement to success. Pathetic. Most entitled and pathetic fan base in the league. King Hoddle having his say on the case. And then also what I would say to you though, King Hoddle, is I do feel like Sanchez, if I were to maybe find some sort of thing that maybe almost everybody would agree on, I do think Sanchez is maybe a bit of a scapegoat for what is just general frustration towards basically everything at Spurs. I think he was probably a bit of a straw on the camel's back when it came to a lot of people and their frustration towards Tottenham at this moment in time. And he was probably just used as a bit of a scapegoat in it all. And you have to feel bad for the lad, because I think that's probably why sort of the frustration was kind of done with so much vigor and so much kind of venom. And it's maybe not because people just really hate Sanchez that much. I think it's really has like a lot of other kind of sort of torment and sort of other sort of pain that's wrapped into it. Not excusing it, just sort of kind of explaining it. King Hoddle, if you get what I mean by that. Big yourself up, my man. Nomads in the house, embarrassed by our fans booing Sanchez. And during the game, I think we're going to be getting a lot of that, Dermot, where it's like a wide range of people either explaining why people are booing and sort of seeing where they're coming from, and a lot of people that just don't stand for it, right?
I think it's frustration. I think it's just genuinely frustration of how we are as a club, the owners, the players. I think it's just frustration. And look, I don't agree with the booing, but I understand it. That's the thing. It's frustration. And if players that, I mean, Sanchez, we're going to it later, Jack, but Sanchez's second mistake, if he laid it on for Kane, everyone would be saying what a great assist that was. That was brilliant. You know, and he's lack of confidence after the booing. You can see the confidence just drain from him. So I feel sorry for him in a way, but I understand it.
Flash is in the house. Good to see you, my friend. He's saying our fan base is divided. Just look at Twitter. I think it's always very divided on Twitter. Tequila, good to see you, my friend. He says, I'm a meat popsicle. I guess you're melting at the stick right now, Tequila. Adrian Stroke is in here. Good to see Adrian, as always, my friend. Phil P of the Phil Army. Good to see you. Tottenham hot shambles. Big yourself up. Daniel Larson, hello. Welcome to Boo FC. It's going to be a big talking point tonight, Daniel. You're going to have to maybe roll up your sleeves on it. Rohan Kumar, big up, guys. Big up Joseph as well, saying, hey, Dave and Jack, I don't see anything wrong with paying match-going fans booing players as long as it stays on football and not personal and other related matters. In addition, more booing should be at Levy. I think that is something that we'll talk about, Joseph, is like, could that maybe have been vented towards somebody else? Could that have been vented towards maybe just the team as well as the club in general? I see where you're coming from on that one. I really do appreciate you all tuning in. Rick C's in here too. Good to see you, my friend. Daniel Sandoval, one love to all. Big up the panel. Big yourself up. Daniel, we have Mark New in the house saying, yes, I always feel sorry for a player being booed off the pitch by his home fan, but he's a third division player, paid millions of pounds on Champions League salary by Daniel Levy, who refuses to buy a Champions League defender. Daniel Levy and Enoch out. Mark New, good to see you, my friend, and let me know how you're doing this day. And Mark, always appreciate seeing your face in here. Jason Bell saying, big up, lads. Time to get over yet another disappointing weekend. Probably likely to be another disappointing, just kind of in down week. I imagine it's going to be a dark week, Jason, and we're going to need each other for it. Big yourself up, Joseph, member of the Joseph Army. Gwyn Evans is in here. Big yourself up, Gwyn. Spurs 72. Good to see you, my friend. Really do appreciate you always supporting us. We have also as well Steve Webb is in the house. Ron is in here. Good to see you, Morlar. Really do appreciate you, Stuart Austin. Have Derek Smith in here booing. He doesn't like it. Yeah, I think anybody has probably, in some sense, have some truth in their opinion behind this, because I think a lot of people can explain maybe why the booing happened, but then you also have to discuss, is it even helpful? Is that the right sort of approach to go about venting the frustrations? All these sort of things we will get into, don't you worry. Good to see Howie. Good to see you as well, Coys, as well as Ellie in the chat. Just making sure I'm not missing anybody, but we do have a bit of a time constraint for the likes of Ryan, who needs to get on and get off as well. We have Welsh Gal in the house. Big up Jack and Dermatron. Difficult times indeed. Twan55 said, Jack, we are in an existential crisis. I would never boo one of our players ever, but I think it was also booing Levy for not only buying the players, but keeping wasters like Sanchez for years. That's Twan, I think, again, one of the many people in the chat here who's definitely adding to the conversation and probably hitting the nail on the head here, because I think it is a frustration of Sanchez being a bad footballer, but I think it's gone deeper than that. I think it's Sanchez persisting here over all these years. Like, geez, we're still, looking at this guy. We're still having to watch this guy. I think that's part of the frustration. And then it's also as well just the fact that he is sort of systemic of a lot of the problems, I think, here just at Spurs in general, and probably was used as a scapegoat for it.
It's a frustration, Jack, of bad recruitment for years and years. This is the problem. It's just we always go 2 steps forward with recruitment and go 5 back. Yeah. And we're left with the same defenders again, who let us down again and again and again. And he doesn't have any vision. He doesn't have any foresight. And look, I think it's all going to come to a head this summer, one way or the other. I mean, that's why he got booed, because it's frustration. We are so frustrated. We're a big club. We should be winning stuff. We should be in the mix for championships, cups. And we keep going out to the same old crap every year. Yeah. And it's just getting frustrated. I mean, we're all frustrated, but it's just really, really getting annoying now. Something has to change.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Big up, Sean. Good to see you. Member of the Sean Army. James is in here too. Good to see you, James. Dino, good to see you, Dino. Really do appreciate you tuning in, as well as Paul Wiley, you absolute legend. Stuart Austin, if I didn't say hello, good to see you, Stuart. But we're going to bring on our first guest of the evening, like I said, on a bit of a time constraint, so we're bringing him on a bit sooner rather than later. But let's welcome in Ryan. Long time no see.
Long time no see, guys. How's everything?
Spurs-wise, it's not very good, Ryan, so we're going to have to dive into it, my friend. We're going to start with Sanchez. Is that all right with you? Do you want to go there, or do you have something else on
I don't mind where we start, man. I don't care where we start, because the whole club's actually a joke at the moment, to be honest. I think so. Let's just start wherever you want to start.
What did you make of what I was just talking about, Ryan? How the fact that Sanchez is basically maybe being used as a scapegoat for the greater problems? At Spurs.
Do you know what? Do you know what, Jack? Right? It's annoying because yes, Sanchez isn't the best player, right? We all know that he's got his own faults and everything, right? We all know that, but you can't go and just blame it on Sanchez. Do you know what I mean? You can't just blame it on Sanchez. It's Daniel Levy whose fault it is, and the booing, right, is probably not deserved for Sanchez, but it's happened. So he's performed badly most of the season anyway. So it's probably partly because of that, but it's partly because of just the whole season that we're having as well. So I can see it from both sides. Yes, he's not the best of players. Does he deserve it? Yes, because he's not the best. But I think you've also got to take into consideration how we've played this whole season as well.
Are we developing a booing culture here at Spurs now, Ryan?
Oh, because definitely. It's happening a lot. Definitely, yeah, definitely. But you can blame that on the clowns. And that's the nicest way I'm going to put it, because I'm out in public at the moment. So obviously I'm not going to start effing and jeffing tonight. But if I was at home, it might be a bit of a different story. So thankfully I am out. So thankfully that you won't be demanded by YouTube today. But yeah, no, I just honestly think it's just,
because it's Emerson was booed this season. Dermot, was there another occasion of booing, I think, this season? I think even just in general at halftime, we've been hearing boos quite often.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of booing. I mean, Ryan, I just wondered, you were saying that it's Daniel Levy's fault, which I understand. But surely the players have to take responsibility. The managers have to take responsibility. It can't be just one man, because if you walk across that white line, it's 100%. The players have to take full responsibility for what they're doing. So does everyone have to take a collective responsibility, Ryan, for what's happened this season?
Now, Dermot, that's what I was actually saying. Even though Sanchez isn't the best, right? What I was trying to say, explain it. Let me explain it in a way that I can probably explain it. Basically, the club, it's everybody's fault, but Sanchez isn't just the only problem in the club. It's what I was trying to say before, Dermot.
I think you said it well, Ryan. I think you said it well. I think you got us on the right starting point. Dermot.
And that's why I think it's the club's, it's everybody's fault. Even, everyone's got to take responsibility, but it's Daniel Levy's fault at the end of the day, because he's the one that owns the club. But yes, like I was saying, everybody needs to take responsibility for their own actions. Like, if I went out and hurt somebody now, I wouldn't expect you or Jack to take responsibility for that. That's my own. That's my decision to do that. I have to take my own responsibility for that. So do the players. So
do you feel like the frustration could have been vented maybe, like, it's okay to boo, I think, after the goal, Ryan, but could maybe that booing that was vented towards Sanchez afterwards, could that have been vented more towards kind of the club / the team in general, you think? Not as much isolating just one guy like that?
I don't think it's a load of things that have the problem, right? At the club. But after what's happened just not yesterday, Saturday, sorry, right? Yeah. You can't just pinpoint Sanchez out. You have to pinpoint everybody out. It's a bad performance from the team, and it goes back to the same thing, responsibility. You need to have that responsibility from absolutely everybody. Not just from Harry, not just from Sonny, not just from Hugo, not just from Pedro, not just from Stellini, not just from all the other whoever else, right? Yeah. Everyone's got to take responsibility. Yes, and I know Dyer's another one who needs to take responsibility as well. If that makes sense?
No, absolutely.
It does.
Go ahead, Dermot.
It does. I mean, what would you change? I mean, what's the first job for the new manager when he comes in, Ryan? What's on the top of his to-do list? What's the first job he's got when he comes into the club? What's his first job?
Well, let's just say this, just before I go on to that, Dermot, can I add quickly, about who I think the next manager will be. Rumours going around saying that it's Vincent Kompany. I said this to my mate the other day when I saw him face to face. I said to him, right, what Vincent Kompany's going to be the next manager to come in. And he said, well, no, he'll stay at Burnley just to keep, because he'll be happier there. Because no one wants to come to our club. So I genuinely think, right, whoever it is that's going to be the next manager, right, they need to sort out the defence for starters. We've been calling up for this defence to be dealt with for God knows how many years.
I think that's part of the reason why Sanchez was booed.
Yeah, and it's getting on my nerves that we keep going around and round and round and round in circles, talking about the defence when we should be talking about winning trophies or trying to challenge for titles. I'm getting sick and tired of it.
Yeah, I think Twan55 completely agrees with you. That's fix the defense is the first thing in first order of business. Is it a guy like Kompany, though, Ryan? I've said this before. I mean, he's played against some of these clowns. He's played against Sanchez. He's played against Eric Dyer. He's played against some of these guys. He might be actually somebody that would be capable of just saying right away, listen, I've played against these guys. I know firsthand they're not good enough.
Do you know what the funny thing is there, Jack? It's so ironic you say that, because imagine if that's the case and then he actually gets all of them out just like that, and he's some unexperienced manager who's not really experienced in the Premier League, and then he gets all them out. He will make he'll make Daniel Levy look like a clown, like even more of a clown than what he is, right? And then on top of that, he'll make the club look foolish if he actually goes and wins the title and no one else has been able to do it. Or even if he brings in a trophy, he'll make all these other managers like Conte look stupid. That personally, just quickly on Conte, because I haven't been on for a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I think Conte should have stayed. But then that's just my personal opinion. But hey, we can't change what's happened now. So let's just move on from that. But I just want to get that personal input on that, though, personally. So, yeah.
What do you think then the next manager, like Dermot has just said, is it going to be a guy then that comes into this, Ryan, and is going to take a bit more of a different approach to a guy like Conte? Maybe somebody who's a bit more capable of putting an arm around some of the players. We got a young squad as well, right? You got to think of that too. Maybe the way that kids are these days, you can't just sort of bollock them at halftime and then not speak to them. There's a lot of sort of stuff like that. Does the next manager have to be a bit on the softer side?
No, do you know what? I don't believe that for a fact. Yeah, right. I believe the kids nowadays, right, in life, in general life, right. This is not just on football. This is just in general. Yeah, kids are too well protected. They don't know. When we were younger, Jack, if you remember, right, when we used to get a telling off, it used to be a smack around the arse. Yeah, and that would have been it. And that would, and that's how we were brought back. That's how I was brought up. I don't know how. I can't talk for everybody
Can't believe
else.
you're trying to make me
talk for
feel
myself.
old, Ryan. That's very kind, actually.
I'm older than
for
the
first
pair
time
of
in my
you.
life.
You're making me feel really bloody old.
No, but do you know what I mean? I was born 1991, right? So if I ever got like told off, a smack around the arse, right? Never hurt me, never done me any problems. It only done me favours not to misbehave. So I think when it comes to these kids here now, right? They need to have that kind of that smack around the arse and then just get on with it. They need to be disciplined.
Are you embarrassed to be a Spurs fan after what's just happened on Saturday, Ryan? Because that's where I'm a bit conflicted. Sorry, Pat.
Yeah,
I was about to say hello to you, Pat Whelan. Sorry, my friend. I was just trying to keep this discussion going. Big yourself up, Pat Whelan. Good to see you in the house, my friend. Would never dare ignore your brother. Big yourself up. But yeah, what do you think? Are you embarrassed to be a Spurs fan?
Yes, I am. At the moment, I don't want to say this too loud, but I would rather be a Celtic or Rangers fan at the moment. That's how bad it is.
Come to Celtic, it's great there.
No, but do you know what? I'm only saying that because I know that there's a load of Celtic and Rangers fans in this area, so that's why I'm keeping my voice down.
They're all there circling around you. They're circling around you. Exactly.
Yeah.
Any
do you know what I mean?
Questions for Ryan?
It's embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got Newcastle next week. What do you hope to see? Do you hope to see a change of players? Do you hope to see a change of straight formation? What do you want Stellini and Mason to do for next week?
Well, I just want to see a better performance than what we've been having. Literally, because this club it's getting me to the point that I'm waking up every morning now and I feel like I get up in a bad mood, and then there's parts of the day where I feel like I just want to go out and beat somebody up. That's how frustrating this club's made me at the moment. I want to just have a good performance, and I just want to see I don't even care if it's defensive football. I don't care what kind of football it is. I just want to win.
You just want to be proud of your team.
I don't care how we get it. Yes, exactly, Jack. I've been a Spurs fan, right, since the age of 10, right? And I've seen some terrible things through my lifetime, right? But this is a joke. This is appalling, and I think a lot of Spurs fans will probably even agree with me on this when I say it is disgusting that the way this club's going.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Directionless, a lot of people have said, Ryan. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
No direction, no identity.
But then that's being a bit too naff to even put it that. Directionless it is that, but then it's being too kind. Calling it disgusting, appalling is where it is at the moment compared to where I've used to see Spurs. But from where I've gone through some terrible, I've gone through terrible one trophy, right? Since I started supporting this club, one trophy. Trophy.
Well, Ryan,
and it's a joke.
Yeah.
Ryan, I mean, it's going to need to happen through a manager over the summer. But last question from me here, my friend, and then I got to let you go here and let you go on with your shopping. And hopefully you're cooking up something good to take your mind off of things with how Spurs have been treated.
Chicken fajitas. Chicken fajitas, that's about it.
Good man. The Stellini experiment what do you think? Like, is it done for? Is he out of his depth? Would you get rid of Stellini? Should maybe, what was it, Dermot, that you suggested? Who should come in?
Harry Redknapp or somebody
Harry
like
Redknapp.
that, an older manager to get us through to the end of the season.
Sherwood, maybe too. What do you think? Would you put in a Sherwood?
Do you know what? Right? I know it sounds stupid, but the season's a write-off already, right? Right, I will end it on this, right, up to a point. After I've said this, I want to end it on one different thing after this, but I think we just stick with the manager now until the end of the season, because it's not gonna do us any good to bring in the new manager now, because it will just be rushed. It's pointless. There's no point. So just stick with what we've got at the moment, and that's it. Personally. But then I will end it with this though, right? Where whoever has got to come in next has got to do a better job. And I don't care who it is, just come in, get these players out. Even the best thing that would be that would be the best thing, is to get Daniel Levy out. But that's not going to happen, and we all want that, but it ain't going to happen. But get Levy to open up his checkbook and just basically get us new defenders in. A couple of attacking midfielders and an attacking midfielder. Otherwise, it's got to be. Otherwise, we're just going to end up like this. Yeah, we need. It's like having a major heart surgery. Is what we need.
I think we honestly just need whole new limbs. It's like we're trying to reattach new limbs, to a body. It's like we just need new body parts, new everything, Ryan. But Ryan, I just want to say it's been good to have you back. I actually thought this was one of your better calls ever since knowing you. So I'm just going to say, my man, hopefully we get to see you again. And great call. Well done.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Look, everyone have a good evening. And Jack, when you speak to Dave next, wish his sister
thank you, man.
A good, happy, not happy, but more of a healthier thing, yeah?
Yeah, I will. Thank you for saying that too, Ryan. Actually, it's very kind for you to remember that as well. Very kind of you to remember that. Best of luck with the chicken fajitas, Ryan. Enjoy your evening.
Yeah.
All right.
I will do. All right. Come on, you Spurs.
Good man, Ryan. I'm not kidding, actually. That was one of the better calls I've ever seen him have, actually, on this channel. And I was quite impressed because normally, Dermot, right, you've been off the saddle for a while. He might be a bit all over the place, but funny enough, one of Ryan's best ever calls, actually.
Yeah, it was. That is his best. Fair play to him. Yeah. Absolutely fair play to him. Great to have him back on, actually. I miss him. He's very enthusiastic, so I miss his sort of enthusiasm.
And then I'm just going to welcome some other people, and then we're going to bring on our next sort of guest. And she's going to be with us for a while here while we kind of go through a lot of the talking points. And I think she'll take this super chat with me here. But I'm just going to welcome in the likes of, I think I missed David Clark. Good to see you, David Clark. Paul Wiley's in the house. Mark is in here, too, with that beautiful badge beside the name. Big yourself up, Mark. Phil P is in here, is of the Phil Army. Good to see you, Phil. Joe Phillips as well. Jiu-Jitsu boy. Good to see you, my friend. And Sugar Pebbles. If I missed anybody, I do apologize. I'm trying my best over here, but good to see all your beautiful faces, as well as Tyler. There you are, Tyler. Good to see you, my man. And really do appreciate you always tuning in. But we're going to bring on our next guest, and we're going to take this super chat here. We're going to bring on Mia. Hello, Mia.
Hi,
Hello.
Mia.
The super chat I have here. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Were you going to say something?
Okay, fajitas must be the thing of the day because I just made fajitas for the children. So
national holidays, National Fajitas Day on the Monday.
Must be National Fajita Day today.
Well, Anthony LaFleur, great name. Somebody who would probably sound like he could cook a good fajita. LaFleur. Big up, Jack, from AC Milan supporter. The problems with your club start with the ownership. When you have owners who don't want to win, this mentality trickles down to the players, and they don't want to fight for the shirt. I think a lot of people agree with you there, Anthony. But where I would maybe start this off is by saying, and to gear this in sort of the right direction, is a lot of people feel like maybe the priorities of the club are often not really exactly in the right areas, where when we have maybe problem situations with either the squad or maybe trying to get sort of the right sort of, people in charge on the footballing side, we seem to be more prioritizing other side of the, the club, either, business operations or, whether it be concerts or whatnot. And while I think a lot of people will ignore that those actually do help us in getting good transfer budgets and getting us, sort of financially at least capable of competing with others, it has been the case that clearly a lot of the footballing side of the club has been ignored. And we find ourselves in a crisis, basically, I think, on the footballing side of things, at least, where we don't really have any future with the director of football. We've probably headed out the door. The likes of Scott Mann, I'm not exactly too confident in. I hope he can lead this rebuild, but it doesn't look like he has a ton of, experience on the footballing side of operations. We also don't even have a women's manager at this moment in time, not even a men's team manager. And it is just at this stage not looking like Spurs really have any sort of idea of what they're doing really on the footballing side of operations. And of course, maybe getting in a guy like a Scott Mann, as well as getting in a new manager this summer, could point us in the right direction. But the point is that we do feel directionless. And I don't know, Mia, what would you say to maybe what I've just said, or what would you say to maybe Anthony here?
Joe, what I do agree that they're misplacing some of their attention, like quite often. That is definitely the case. But to be, let's play a bit of devil's advocate. Let's do a Sean. Let's play a bit of devil's advocate. we have actually got to those finals and we haven't got over the line. Now, I can't blame Levy for that, because I feel like we do get to those points and we get to those points. So those players are good enough to get to that point, yet the players' mentality also don't get us over the line. So I don't think it's a case that we don't get into those finals that the club are stopping us, saying we do not want to get into semi-finals and finals, because since they've been here, someone quoted how many finals and semis we've been in. But I feel like some of it is the club's mentality, but some of it is also some of these players and managers that have made mistakes. So we got to a final and lost on penalties. Is that Daniel Levy's fault that we lost on penalties? Probably not, I
No,
would say.
and
So-
also this is where it gets a bit mixed up, is where often maybe you'll hear Levy out chants in certain moments when, like after the Sheffield United game, where everybody should know that losing to Sheffield United in the way that it was done falls entirely on the players and falls entirely on the coaches and the manager at that moment in time. Kind of has nothing to do really with the ownership, because the players should be good enough. But what I would say, what's interesting here, Mia, is Anthony, who's sent in the super chat, as an AC Milan supporter, he is quite familiar actually with some pretty torrid ownership. I believe they had that one, whoever it is, that Italian kind of politician or something like Berlusconi or whatever his name is, as the owner. They definitely are familiar with having definitely their own sort of kind of torrid time. I mean, AC Milan actually really did fall off a cliff actually at one stage where they were practically mid-table, it felt like, for a few seasons in the Serie A. So this is sort of just an interesting perspective to get from a guy like him. It's not like he's speaking from a club that has perfect ownership. It's not like we're, it's not like a Brighton fan has come in here and sent in this. This is somebody who has had experience, I think, with bad ownership and maybe knows what it looks like, or at least sees some similarities. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, no, I do. I do understand that.
Too.
Yeah, I do understand that, and I'm not trying to say in full defense, because I just said at the beginning of that they've made plenty of mistakes and have not focused on the right thing at the right time many a time. But I'm just saying at certain points, I feel like that we haven't got over the line, and I feel like that team was good enough to get there and missed penalties. Now, you can't blame that on Levy. If we would have won that, that's the other thing. Let me just say, if we would have won that, how many people would say that was down to Daniel Levy? I don't think many would. They'd all say it's down to the manager and down to the players. So if that's the case, you can't blame him for all of it and then the players for all the good stuff. Like, that's where I would say in the fairness way, if we missed those penalties, that's down to the players. If we didn't win in that time and it went to penalties, to me, that's the players on the pitch. Like, that is the players on the pitch. So in the fairness mark, I like to try and be a little bit balanced, but they have made plenty of mistakes. Please don't get it twisted. Honestly, they've made plenty of mistakes. Plenty.
I appreciate you always bringing up the devil's advocate approach, me, and also, right, not often he gets plenty of blame, Daniel Levy, and it's also maybe right, and maybe what you're trying to point out is the areas where maybe also other people deserve some ownership of it as well. Dermot, what would you say to maybe Anthony here? Because I myself think it is quite interesting to get this from an AC Milan supporter, because, like I said, I think he has seen AC Milan go through a bit of a cycle of his own. So maybe he's seeing either AC Milan and Spurs, or Spurs and AC Milan, which way is the right way to say that. But he's seeing himself or his own club and us right now.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember AC Milan back in the day being really successful in Europe and winning leagues, Serie A titles like there was nobody's business. But look, to go on from Mia's point, I understand what Mia's saying, that it's not all Danny Levy's fault. And I do agree with her. It isn't. But on the flip side of that, it is him that bought the players. So there has to be some responsibility where he hasn't backed managers over the time. And Anthony is right. If your owners are not committed to success, it's going to trickle down through the club. And as an owner, you have to be the man at the forefront of the club. You're the man that says, right, I'm installing this manager for my team now. We're going to get the right players. We need to be successful. We need to win trophies. And I think on that side of it, I think he's been a failure on that. But I do agree with Mia that I don't think you can blame Levy on everything. But I think he has to take responsibility because the players he buys, the ones that go onto the pitch, they're the ones then that don't win a final. So he has to take some of the blame as well. We've been through torrid times at Tottenham, but we've had worse owners. Scholar nearly took us out of business. So, to me, as bad as Danny Levy's been, we nearly went out of business under a previous ownership, and it wasn't for Alan Sugar and Terry Venables that saved us. And then we've had to start rebuilding ourselves again. So, it's a hard one, but I do agree with Mia, and I think it's a very balanced argument that she brings to the table, and it's a very convincing argument as well. So, I really do think that.
Sorry to interrupt, but there's someone who's saying, "Oh, but who brought the managers and the players in?" Right. So when we had the team with Poch, everybody was waxing lyrical how that was the best team we've had in ages and the best manager we've had in ages. Who brought them in? Levy, but he doesn't ever get the plaudits for it. That's my issue, because everyone will say, "Oh, it's Levy, it's Poch. He had a great team." But then, if you're saying that he brought the bad managers in, then you should give him as much praise when he brings a manager that does do good. Because people might say that was a bit of luck with Poch, whatever, but still, it's still the case, right? So that's where my problem lies: is when there's not fairness in the argument. If you're going to give him as much stick, then you're going to have to give him praise. If we would have won anything, I doubt anybody would have given Levy praise. If we would have won the Champions League final, I doubt anybody would have given Levy praise. They would have said it was Pochettino. So that's where my problem is that if you're going to be arguing the point, argue it in a fair manner, because I will argue it in a fair way where I think they've made mistakes, but I will do it in a fair way and not blame them for everything, or give him some sort of like credit in the fact, okay, he brought Poch in, we did get to finals and semi-finals, and he didn't kick the ball in them finals and semi-finals. It was the players as well who got us there. They were good enough to get us there, but they didn't get us over the line, and Poch made mistakes in some of the decisions he made as well. So that's where we've got to sort of, I feel, draw the line a little bit with this pylon when it comes to Levy's to blame for every little tiny minuscule thing, including some of these players on the pitch when they should be good enough to beat teams like a Sheffield United.
Yeah,
I think if you could, sorry, Jack. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, Dermot. Yeah, what were you going to say?
I was just saying, if you could write a report card for Levy, you would put off the field, fantastic. The best person we've ever had. On the field, could do better. And I think this is where the new manager is so important. This is his last chance, I think, to rebuild anything with the fans. And rebuild anything he has. Sort of reputation from him being, he needs to get this right. If he gets this right, then I think a lot of the other stuff would go away. If we start winning trophies, a lot of it would just disappear into the night. He's got to get this right. If he doesn't get this right, then I think all hell will break loose, because we cannot go through another season like this. He's got to get this right.
But I would say that, yeah.
Sorry.
What I would say. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mia?
Sorry, Jack. Again, I want to say I have said that Levy does make mistakes, and yes, he didn't buy Poch anyone for however many days you said it was in the comments. But honestly, that was a massive mistake, and I'm not trying to say that Levy is perfect in any sort of way. I just want to make my point clear, Jack, because people don't understand when I'm being fair, all they hear is I must love Levy, but that isn't the case. It's the case that I try and be fair with and balanced with my argument. That is all I'm trying to do.
The last thing I would say to Anthony here is, I mean, where I think most Spurs fans would all agree on, wherever their sort of, I think, criticism comes from on the ownership, on sort of the scale of it, a lot of people feel like a lot of sort of the right decisions that were being made were kind of not as consistent post the Champions League final of 2018-2019. Ever since then, it has felt like the club has started making decisions that were sort of against maybe what we're used to, switching to managers, of course, that were a bit more defensive, something, of course, that wasn't exactly within the Spurs DNA. A lot of Spurs fans like myself got behind it, but then we felt like as well that maybe there wasn't exactly a lot of turnover in the squad during that time period, Anthony, where pretty much the same players that made it to that Champions League final, but were obviously showing that they definitely needed to be rechanged and needed to be sort of kind of turned over, were actually just sort of given to a new manager and expected kind of just to do the same thing all over again. I think probably what a Daniel Levy's biggest mistakes is actually, Anthony, is probably thinking that a guy like Jose Mourinho, Antonio Conte could win a league with someone like Eric Dyer, could win a league with someone like Davinson Sanchez, because it became the case that once Toby, as well as Jan Vertonghen and these sort of players, knew that we'd probably need to start considering shipping them off, instead of sort of maybe realizing that the likes of Dyer, Sanchez, who were only backups under Pochettino, instead of maybe realizing they were probably good enough in the first place, we decided to give them huge upgrades into sort of first team type players. And they kind of just continued for, I think, also a variety of reasons, not just the ownership, but also maybe the managers and kind of not being strong enough in their own will to get some of these players out. But a huge mistake has been actually in not turning over a lot of areas of the squad that have dramatically, I think, just pretty much declined in the sense of especially the defense. I think Spurs used to be able to boast a very, very good defense. We still, after years since that Champions League final, haven't really completely fixed it. As much as I am a huge defender of Højbjerg too, Anthony, what I would say is the midfield is not what it used to be as well. And probably the only thing that has maybe kept its sort of prestige in some sense is probably the attack. And I think a lot of that has more to do with actually not as much really with sort of how much money Levy has spent. It's actually more how much money Levy is willing to let go of when it comes to the players that he's made mistakes on, right? Players like Sanchez, players like Dyer, etc., that we've actually just kind of let continue to exist here and continue to stay here. But we all know that aren't actually good enough, but we're not really willing to take sort of the price hit on them. But it's not even just Levy in that case. I think it's also the managers who clearly haven't been strong enough, maybe in their case, of trying to get rid of them. I think they absolutely could have put their foot down on a few different scenarios when it came to it. I think we made the mistake last summer and kind of thinking that Eric Dyer, the rest of these guys, were going to be good enough to carry into the rest of next season and lead us into third, lead us to a trophy and whatnot. So a lot of mistakes on a lot of parts, but I think it's just been since the Champions League final, we made a lot of mistakes, Anthony. I think we've gone exceptionally backwards, but you could say leading up to the Champions League final, Spurs were actually getting a lot of things right. And that's where it gets kind of a bit confusing and also a bit disappointing to see that maybe we're just not making the right decisions to get ourselves back in the right place. But that's what makes this summer, I guess, so pinnacle. That's what makes this summer so pinnacle. Big yourself up, Anthony. Really good talking point. Really do appreciate the support as well. But Mia, we're trying to get through some sort of, talking points in some sense. Sanchez, would you like to start there? Or would you like to start elsewhere?
Yeah, we can definitely start with Sanchez because I think.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
I mean, we discussed it earlier. I think Ryan actually said a lot of good things about the Sanchez situation. It feels like there are a lot of reasons to explain maybe why Sanchez was booed. But maybe we just start first with, do you think it's right or wrong to boo Sanchez in the way that he was?
No, I feel like that getting your frustration out on one player when there's many players that come in, week out and don't do good enough and they never get booed. So why is it that they pick on someone who is a bit part player? Like, it just feels like he was an easy scapegoat. It was easy just to do a booing on the Sanchez when we've got a Lloris who plays rubbish all the time. We've got not that I agree with booing, because personally I don't think it does any good. I don't think it's productive. I don't think it's useful. But what I'm trying to say is that people pick and choose. It's like they pick the easy option, and Sanchez was the easy option. And I don't agree with that, because as a person, I felt like on a human level, his parents were there that day. For the first time in ages, they went and watched him. Imagine if that was your child being booed like that every time he got the ball. As soon as he come on, there was groans. It weren't just after the goal, Jack. It was before that. There were groans. There was like about Sanchez. That's somebody's child, and people are treating him that way, and it's not nice. I understand people are frustrated, and I think everyone's got the right to boo if they want to, absolutely, if that's their choice. But I just don't think it's a very nice thing to do as a human, and that's how I see him. When I looked at his face when he come off that pitch, my heart went out to him as a person.
Okay.
Yeah, people are going to say, but the money and blah, blah, but I don't think that makes a difference to a human. And actually, I watched Alistair Gold earlier and he wanted to leave, but no one come in and bid for him. So he was
I heard about
opening
that.
to leave. So that fallacy about he wanted to stay wasn't true. So again, another rumor that people believe and then they keep saying and then people believe it because it's said enough. You know, you've got to be really careful because these players, you want them to play on the pitch the best for you, the best possible, and you're booing them like that. That's not going to be helpful, is it? That's not going to give them confidence. That's not going to make them feel very good, you know? And I understand everyone's frustrated. I really do. But boo the whole team if you're going to boo anybody. Don't just pick on one individual player because to me, it's unfair and it's easy just to scapegoat that one person when all the players on that pitch deserve to be told that they weren't good enough on that day. And no one goes, and nobody gets a pass from me, and that includes Harry Kane as well. That includes
I found that
Harry
interesting,
Kane.
Mia, when I watched Ali Gold's video too, and because that was something that I had referenced a lot, actually, the fact that Daily Mail, I believe it was the Daily Mail or one of those sort of outlets, right, that came out and said that Sanchez, I believe, rejected a move to Nice, I believe was the club. And actually the quote that they were using that supposed they come from sources close to Sanchez, because I look back to the original article that, you know, he was saying, right, was kind of BS. Because I'm with you, like, as much as I took that Daily Mail article as truth, I would sooner believe Ali Gold than I will believe, you know, the Daily Mail when it comes to something. But it is sort of interesting that he did kind of put that down and saying that didn't happen basically this January, that there was really no move for him. But then he kind of just sort of said, like, there's really never really been any move for Sanchez. And then I sort of thought to myself, I was like, well, that sort of then speaks to how maybe shit of a player he is. Like, if he's persisted here this long, like, he's never somehow found a move, and he's never also himself engineered a move to leave, because even though he says he wants more game time, doesn't seem like he really has pushed that hard either to get a move out. So I actually agree with him. Yeah, I think I would roll back some of what I've said about how he put himself in this situation by rejecting the move this winter. But I also find it still concerning that over this many years, nobody's come in for him is a shocker, because then that speaks to how poor of a player he really is. But then also, how is he not really engineered a move himself? Because he never plays. Like, he never plays. So it's kind of a bit strange that he's just been reportedly quite, I guess, okay with, you know, his sort of auxiliary role on the bench. But I could be speculating.
Ali Gold said that's not true either, Jack. He turned around and said that he was open to a move. That all this time, that people like what people have been saying, he's been open to a move, but no club has come in with a serious bid. And if somebody is going to come in with some half ridiculous bid, you can't really blame the club for saying, listen, we're not going to accept your 1 million for him, like, you're being ridiculous, you know. So he has been open to it. I just think we need to be careful. I've said this in the past on what we read and what can be misconstrued and what's been said about certain players and narratives around certain players, and people cherry picking certain bits of news they believe, but they don't believe other bits of news. Well, if you're going to believe either all of it or you believe none of it, because me personally, I believe none of it until I hear it from actually someone who's credible. So I always take things with very much a pinch of salt, because this is what happens. These lies, like I say, get repeated, and then now they're fact because they're out in the ether. Enough big people, aggregators, have said it, so that must mean it's true. So that's the problem.
I agree with what you're saying, and I'm rolling it. You know, you hear me right now, me. I'm rolling it back when it came to the Sanchez. You heard me say, like, I'm rolling back a lot of my comments about him putting himself in the first place. But at the same time, I've heard Dave and I do reference a lot of Ali Gold things that are absolutely true, and I think so. That's what I mean. I take certain things with a pinch of salt when it comes to certain rumors and certain tabloids. And probably when it does satisfy our own biases, we like to jump on it. And we're all guilty of that, I think. But I think at the same time, there are plenty of stages when I know we've had discussions where Dave and I have referenced, you know, plenty valuable, valid sources that are either Ali Gold or, you know, people very close to the club. But on this one, I'm absolutely rolling it back when it comes to the Sanchez thing. Because if that is the case, that he did want to leave this January, or has been at least open to leave, and maybe it's been more the case of the club that maybe hasn't either listened to the offers or is maybe holding out. That was, I think, something you mentioned, right, was also the fact that the club maybe are holding out a bit too much for like certain fees and things like that, that would also be a decent explanation for all of this. So, I absolutely roll back maybe, the situation that he finds himself in. I definitely take it back.
Mia, I just want to ask you, on Stellini, if Stellini knew Sanchez confident wasn't up there, do you think he could have made a different substitution, bringing an extra midfielder? And then this would have saved all what had happened, if you know what I mean. Is it down to the manager Stellini as well to think, hang on, his confidence isn't great. We're at home. Do we need to, be careful?
I probably think that Stellini didn't expect the response that the people did give, to be honest. I don't think he expected that amount of really booing and jeering every time he touched the ball. Like, I don't think as a manager you really think that the fans will go there with a player who plays for your team, like, I just think that he made a bit of a mistake. And do you think then, guys, that he made a mistake taking him off? Because didn't that just then prove what the fans were saying is correct, and then he didn't stand by his choice? That's the other thing.
On that point, I think that proves Stellini probably doesn't know what he's doing a little bit as well. Oh, I put him on, or I now take him off. He should have left him on there for the whole game. Myself, he was bad, but I don't think every other player was bad on Saturday as well. So I just think that proves Stellini's a little bit out of his depth for me.
Yeah, I would answer your question by saying, Mia, yeah, I think he was a bit out of his depth by probably listening to the fans in that regard. What's also interesting, just quickly on the Sanchez thing, at first I actually defended the boos because I actually thought it was just like people booing when the goal was conceded, and like people just being really angry by when the goal happened and like when it all unfolded. Because I'll be honest, I would have done that. I would have booed in that very moment at the whole team and everything. Of course, like I would have been especially angry at Sanchez, and Porro, I think as well too, to be fair. But to hear that when Ali Gold said, Mia, that it was then following up where like he was taking touches of the ball and just simple passes and like headers that he was being booed for. It's like, yeah, no, that's taking it way too far. I think that is taking it too far. It's like, I can acknowledge that I'm maybe a bit of a flawed person by probably booing them right in that moment. Like when the goal happens, I'll acknowledge I'm probably a bit maybe stubborn, but maybe kind of poor that way. It's not helpful. It doesn't help anybody, but I'll acknowledge I'll probably be guilty of that. But to hear that it was like persisting like minutes later, I think is taking it way too far. And that's when I actually personally do get embarrassed by the whole thing. And Stellini, to answer your question, taking him off validates, I think, the fans booing. I think it does. I think it validates it, and it makes them feel like it was the right thing to do, which only probably breeds the culture that maybe booing is going to be acceptable in the stadium, which is not a good thing. Not a good thing. And also a funny, unironic thing that I think Ali Gold mentioned too is the acoustics of Daniel Levy's stadium definitely makes the boos even louder too. Definitely Dermot, you wanted to highlight this comment because I need to get to some super chats as well. But you wanted to highlight this comment. You still want to?
Yeah, it was the one. It was Pat put in about bringing the next Spurs players in and let them run the football. Run the foot. I agree with that 100%. If we brought a couple of the ex-players like a Graham Roberts or a Steve Perriman or Gary Mabbott or players around that know the club, that know how the football club should be. Steve Perriman had experience of playing under Keith Burkittshaw and Bill Nicholson. Have them players that have that knowledge, their wealth of knowledge we can use on the football side, and leave to do the business side, which is brilliant at. Let's get people in to run the football side that know football. I think it's been done at Ajax. I think Ajax run that system, and look how successful Ajax has been. I think we should do it at Tottenham, and I think we'd be successful under it. And I agree with Pat on that comment. I really, really do.
The footballing operations side of things, Pat, need to be improved dramatically. And we all know, I think, despite Daniel Levy probably getting a lot of things right on the business side of things, he has not had a good track record since the Champions League at all, Champions League final, of making the right decisions on the footballing side of operations. And so what we need is someone who also is capable of looking at sort of this mess that is Tottenham Hotspur on the footballing side and be able to get us out of it. You can't, I think, put in somebody that has no experience. Like, it's sort of like crisis management, Pat. Like, there are people who specialize in that sort of era. area where they can come into like a dumpster fire of any situation and actually be a cool head in all of it. Like you see Gordon Ramsay, come into Kitchen Nightmares, right? And fix the whole sort of, operation. And that's kind of what we need. We need somebody like a bit of a Gordon Ramsay who can come in here and be ruthless and be able to sort of look at each and every area, assess it, and learn how to be able to upgrade it and fix it and put us in the right direction. Part of the problem, I think, with that, though, Pat, is a bit of a key in all of this, though, is Daniel Levy giving that guy, whoever it may be, let's say it is this Gordon Ramsay, Scott Munn version that I'm talking about, that guy needs to be given the keys. He needs to be given actually that side of the operations without really being touched or really having any sort of oversight that would get in his own way, right? He needs to be given that autonomy. He needs to be given that sort of, that autonomy, I think is the right word for it. So that's how I see it, Pat. Pick yourself up, my friend. But a super chat here from the likes of Anthony again. Pick yourself up, my friend. Appreciate the support. It says, big up, Jack, from... Sorry, actually, it was this was one from earlier, but this was your. Yeah. Just give me a sec. Here it is. We at AC Milan went through our bad financial and sporting times towards the end of Berlusconi's ownership, and we went through 8 to 9 years of changing managers and ownership. There you are. See, I don't know your whole situation, Anthony, but like I said, I remember the days of what was it? I mean, Zlatan. You had what was it, like Montalivo, Thiago Silva. Maldini. You had as well who used to be good, Alexander Pato, like all those guys. You used to have, I think, Kevin Prince Boateng, all those guys I used to kind of grow up with. That was kind of my era of the AC Milan. Of course, Ronaldinho and the days like that, right? But really still, I mean, not too long ago, I mean, AC Milan still were boasting like an incredible squad back in the day, especially at least when Zlatan was there. And it, weirdly enough, it was kind of strange to see you guys just fall off the map. It felt like for a little while. And I guess, I don't know, Mia and Dermot, but like I was kind of bringing up earlier, this guy, Anthony, as an AC Milan fan, he has maybe seen the full cycle of like a club, be at its almost peak. And then all of a sudden, like, going to take a real turn for the worse. But now they kind of have come out of it and they're looking positive. All the winning post-league title, pushing pretty far in the Champions League despite all odds. What do you think? I mean, it is funny. Like, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. And I know Mia and Dermot like to talk about that. Maybe Anthony is, in a way, sort of suggesting that.
He is right in what he's saying. I mean, I remember AC Milan being really successful in the 90s. Say, Jack, they went off a cliff. But it's like they've been reborn, and I think we'll wait for our moment, our club to be reborn. But look, we shouldn't have to go through this. If it was done right on the potch the first time round, we wouldn't be going through this mess for the last 4 years. So you hope and pray that we will see this light at the end of the tunnel, that we will be successful again. I always say we'll rise. The phoenix will rise up from the ashes, and we will. We will get there. It's just going to take time. And I understand the fans of frustration. We haven't won anything, but we've got to be, this is our club. We've got to stick by them through the good times and stick by them through the bad times. That's for me, it's the most important thing. We're Tottenham fans. We love our club. We want our club to succeed. We want our club to win. Stick by them because we will see the good days again. There will be lifting trophies at Wembley and Champions League and leagues. We will see it again. I'm really confident on that. We will see it again, and we'll see it again soon. But also it shows, I think, too, Mia, that the biggest clubs can slip. Teams like AC Milan, I don't know how much you pay attention to other clubs, but I mean, they are like the creme de la creme. Like they are the elite of the elite, and they did fall. They did. Yeah, no, they did have a period of obviously, like you said, 8-9 years. That's a really long period, isn't it? Like, that's not just like a little blip. That is a big old blip, that. So, yeah, and that's it. And, like, I think no club is going to, I think most clubs, if everything's done correctly, going through it, you can come out the other side. Like, absolutely, they've come out the other side. And, like, there's many a club that have come out the other side when you think about it. There's plenty of clubs that have gone through the bit of a dip and a bit of a troubled time. And they've come out the other side of it. So, yeah, I do believe that we can come out the other side soon, winning Champions Leagues and leagues soon. Now, I think that is a bit unrealistic, I'm not going to lie about that. No, I don't mean soon, Mia. I mean in the future.
in the future, maybe when I'm not here no more, maybe my kids might see it, possibly. Not when I'm around. Even if I live to 100, I don't reckon I'm going to see a Champions League be lifted.
I'll take a Carabao first. I'll take a
yeah,
League
we'll
Cup
take a
first,
Carabao.
and then I'll get a little pickier later. Then I'll get a little pickier later, and I'll develop some finer taste. But I think the fact that the biggest clubs can slip and the most elite clubs can slip puts a bit of perspective in showing what, even though we're slipping and even though we slipped from a grand position after that Champions League final, it does show it happens to everyone, and it is something that is just part of, I think, the football sort of world and the football scheme of things. The issue is like, I think we have at this moment in stage maybe less of an excuse because of where we found ourselves after that Champions League final. It was just we made some really poor decisions, it looked like. And now we've kind of gone in hindsight and realized with the benefit of hindsight that those were the wrong decisions. But it feels like there hasn't been a lot of evidence to suggest that we are making the right steps to make, point us in the right direction again, to get us back on the right track. Because that's all Spurs fans want, is just to be pointed towards the right direction again here, Anthony, and to be put on the right track. And it's not a lot to work with, I think, at this moment in time. I think the only thing we probably do have is maybe some of the players that we have, because I think if we didn't have such a young squad, because the squad age was lowered dramatically by Paratici, fellow Italian, I think we probably would be even more in a bad state. But the fact that we do have a lot of young players to point to for the future, at least in some sense, gives me, at least something to build with for the future. There's not a lot to look forward to, I think, with the future. It is sort of starting from scratch in a way, but it's not as bad as others, I think, when it comes to other people's situations. And I think you probably do provide us some context with AC Milan, knowing that, I remember seeing some of the players that were, wearing their shirt at one stage, and I was quite shocked, actually, with how low the standards of AC Milan players even reached at one moment. Like, the standards of their players really did reach like a real low with some of the players they had. But yeah, really do appreciate it, Anthony. Really do appreciate it. And then also Daniel as well, saying a little thank you for being the only thing keeping me interested in this club right now. Daniel, I appreciate that, my friend. But it is sort of the friendships and I guess the camaraderie and all this, because we are just sort of sticking through all of this together, I guess, Daniel. And it's been nice actually to have all of you guys as well as just each other during what has been a huge disappointment of a season. I think we went into this super hyped with tons of expectations. At least Happy Clapper Jack certainly was going into this one with a ton of expectations. And we find ourselves now sort of disinterested, disheartened, Daniel, and it's not, I guess all we have is each other now at this stage. But I don't know. Anybody want to say to Daniel? And really do appreciate it, my man. That's very kind of you. I didn't expect this, Daniel. Very kind.
Big up, Daniel. I understand what you're saying. This is the only channel that kept me interested in as well. Dave and Jack do a wonderful job in here, and with all the news and the latest stuff they bring and the content they bring. So, yeah, big thank you, and I'm sure Jack and Dave appreciate it. But you're a top man yourself, Daniel. I love listening to you when you come on to these fan shows. So I've got the bleeping machine ready for you, ready for your rant later. So I'm looking forward to that.
The bleep machine for later, exactly right. Pick yourself up, Daniel. Really appreciate it. And you've been with us for a long time, and I would say you yourself have actually grown leaps and bounds on this fan show. I must say, I absolutely love talking with you, Daniel. But you've become an absolute star on the fan show since you first started, my friend. You've really improved dramatically. So I would say to you, it's been great to know you. It's been great to grow with you, Daniel. It's been great to grow with you. But plenty of other topics we have to get through, Mia. But there's been just a lot of stuff kind of going on throughout the show. So I appreciate you kind of going with the flow of things. Stellini, Mia, what do you think? Is it a failed experiment? Could he go? Do you think it's better to put in someone like a Sherwood or
I think
Redknapp?
I think what happened was, I feel like there was some sort of deal when Conte went. I felt like they said, he said, I don't want to come back, or they mutually agreed in air quotes. I feel like that there was some sort of agreement for his backroom staff to stay. And I think that the players are a bit like, well, nothing's really changed. So everything's just as was. So I think that, it hasn't, I didn't think anything would change, to be fair. I did think everything would sort of stay the same. But I think it's got to a point now where it's really affecting the way that we play. And I think that we need to probably be done with that and just have Mason. We've got we've got what's his King, we've got Ledley King as well around. We've got some people around, and we've got older like heads that could come in as well. So we could do that for the last few games just to change it a little bit, because a change is as good as any, isn't it? Like they say, a change is good. So we haven't had that change, and maybe that's what we actually need. Some people coming in who care about the club, and maybe that the players will see it differently. I'm not saying that the fans should be, the players should be excused for their behaviour, because they should play with pride anyway. But I just think, change is as good as any. So I do think it is been a bit fouled, and I do think that that we should maybe try and just get rid of all the backroom staff, and then just, like I say, these last few games, just get some people who love the club to come in, who truly love the club.
Yeah, and there was that thing about like Stellini playing YMCA and stuff like that to loosen up the players, get them on his side. But I think part of that is also getting them to maybe play a brand of football that they can also get behind, that sort of loosens things up and gets them expressive again, because it seemed like he tried to put their arm around their shoulder, but he didn't exactly, provide a style of football that seems to make them much happier to be taking the field either, taking the pitch either. So that goes into it too.
Yeah, I mean, Mia, look, I would like to see Harry. You and me have discussed this about Harry Redknapp or Tim Sherwood or something like that, or promote within, like Mason with Ledley King and Harry Redknapp to the end of the season. Do you think Levy made a mistake in keeping Stellini there and not having somebody ready to replace him? Because we were still in this fight for top four. And do you think our chance for top four is gone now by the decision he made?
I do think that the top four is gone. I'm going to be honest, and I'm quite a positive person. I always try and look on it, the bright side of life as well. I'm a bit of a happy clapper myself, Jack. I get accused of it, but I'd rather be a happy clapper than a miserable cow. So it is what it is.
I love it, Mia.
But
I love it.
But
top four race is over. Do you still want to be in Europe though? I'm kind of somebody who still wants to be in Europe.
I do want to. I want to finish as high as possible, Jack. Like, to me, it's about winning. It's about getting as high as possible and winning the game. So of course I want to. I just think that the outburst probably wasn't expected. So I think that maybe Levy was caught off guard so soon, having to make this decision. I'm not trying to defend him, but you've got to imagine that they probably didn't expect that outburst. Like, none of us did really expect that outburst then at that point. So I kind of see why he did it. I kind of get why he did it. But it was a mistake. He should have maybe thought to do something different. However, if we go over and look at the ones in the other part of London who did bring someone in, that hasn't really worked for them either. So we could do it and it could not work as well. But now we've seen this hasn't worked, that maybe we're looking in hindsight saying it hasn't worked, if that makes sense.
What do you make of Joe Phillips' comment, Mia? European football to blood the younger players. That's part of the reason why I want European football. The other reason is that because I'm such a loser like Dave, that all I care about really is Spurs sometimes. I really would love to just see us play as much as possible, even if it is painful. But in all seriousness, though, I mean, I think European football does give us a better chance of having a deeper squad and having younger players like Brian Hill and maybe an Alfie Devine and guys like that, maybe given a chance in real games with real competition.
Yeah, no, I think that having Europe is a good thing. I don't think it's a negative thing. I like having Europe. I think that I want to be in as many competitions, Jack, as possible, because the more we're in, the more we could. The more we're in, the more we can win, innit? Because you've got to be in it to win it. If you're not in it, you can't win it. So I want to be in all the competitions. So that's how I personally see it. I want to be in those competitions. I want to be amongst the names being mentioned in Europe. I don't want to not be in it. I don't. I think it's a good experience for players as well. These younger players that we've got, not even just like an Alfie Devine. We've got other young players that could benefit from the having the Europe, not just the Premier League. So I think it's a good thing personally to have Europe.
No.
Sorry, Jack, go on.
No, Dermot. Nope. Yeah, last question for Mia, and then I have one more for her, and then Mia. Sadly, we can't keep you prisoner any longer. We have to let you go. after that.
Mia, look, I understand what you're saying about European football, but would it be better if we didn't have any European football next season? Just concentrate on the domestic cups and the league, rebuild the squad and bed them in, and then get into Europe then for the following season. Then we've got a team that's been with new players bedded in, a formation we know, and then take the stepping stone on to there. Just give us that bit of time without the expenditure of European football, just for one season. Would you not do that, or you just say, look,
nope,
need European football, that's it, end of?
Yep, European football, end of. Sorry. Now, I just think that the thing is that we've got younger players that can play in those competitions as well. So, like, there's no real reason for us to not have Europe. Like, we're not going to win the league. We're going to be up as high as possible, obviously, as we can, but we're not in a position to win a league. So I feel like we need to be in as many competitions as possible, because I think having less games, I think sometimes isn't good for the players. I think they dwell on matches as well. They dwell on maybe losses or whatever. I think it's good for their minds to keep playing games, because that's what they're meant to be doing. And we've got young enough players, because when we had that season with Poch, and like, we didn't do great in the league, but we was doing well in the Champions League. And I think it does give the players an extra boost, an extra buzz. Like, you know, I think it is a good thing to be able to do that, to have that, personally.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I also appreciate the comment that someone, I forget who it was, but I agree with them. I think they said something about how, need more games to rotate players and keep players sharp, says Joe, when it comes to European football as well. I actually think that's completely true, Joe. I think you actually get more opportunities maybe to get other players opportunities to either get some confidence, maybe crack into the first team. Because let's be honest, if it's one game a week, you do expect maybe the manager to be a bit stubborn with who he picks and everything. So I think it is more opportunities for plenty of people. Last question, though, from myself, Mia. Plenty of Spurs fans feel checked out with the season. Are the players showing that they maybe are as well? Do you think the players are a bit on the beach at this stage?
It did for this game, but it didn't for other games. So I can't make my mind up with these players, to be honest. Like, they have dips, like, where they seem like they care, and then they remember, they're like, oh yeah, we're supposed to be on the beach, actually. Yeah, I don't actually care right now. Like, they have like little
So
ups and downs of it, and that's in the period of a 90-minute game. 1 minute you think they look like they care, then they look like they just don't give a damn. So I can't make my mind up what these players are thinking, to be honest with you. I would love to be able to go and speak to some of them and give their heads a wobble and be like, what are you doing? Like, honestly, what are you doing? But keep it constructive. Quickly on the point from I didn't say earlier is we don't want to be that fan base that get our players to come off social media. Guys, we can do better than that. Like, the abuse that players get on social media is so unnecessary. If you're not happy with their performance, be constructive with your comments. You can say things like, you can say what you thought they did wrong in a constructive kind of way. You don't need to be abusive and swearing at people, swearing at players. Like, it's just unnecessary. Like, we're all grown-ups here. We can all be grown up in our constructive criticism of a player without resulting for them to having to cancel their own social media. Like, they're cancelling their social media, and that makes me sad as a person.
Especially
really.
such a bright, happy person like Pedro Porro, like, as
that's,
well.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not nice, and we don't want to be that fan base. Surely not. Surely we don't want to be that fan base. We've always been a bit more of I feel like, out of all the fan bases that are the bigger fan bases, we've always seems to be a bit more of a respectful type. I never get that vibe, like the scumbags down the road, the way they treat people and the way they can be on social media and stuff. Like, let's not do that. Let's not.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mia, 1000%. Here's your channel, and also, Mia, while I was kind of looking at your channel, the push to 400 is on. We're trying to get there, but a reason maybe to people get over. I love your thumbnail for the Spurs' potential manager, and I love also the tier list thumbnail. It's a really good one, actually.
Yeah, I've been working on my thumbnails, actually, Jack. I've been trying to improve myself on my thumbnails.
I'm jealous how you did that. I'm jealous how you did the blurring and everything. It looks good.
Yeah, I'm trying to get think about like I say, a little bit more into things. So when I do my thumbnails, some of them I do quite have a laugh with. So if you look, there's one of us with like a tent of a circus, and I called it "The Show Must Go On." So I like to have a bit more of a laugh with them as well. But Joe, what it is, sometimes you want to be a bit more unique. So I suppose I'm a unique kind of individual. So if you like my uniqueness, then you can come over at Spurs Between the Lines. I accept all opinions. I like having good discussions with people. I go live 3 times a week, and I also put out other content. So I'm always got plenty of content for you to watch. So yeah, if you could all go over, give it all a like, a watch, and yeah, subscribe if you haven't already. And if you haven't, give your head a wobble.
Yeah, there you are, everybody. If you don't get to know, and if you don't know, get your head a wobble. Give your head a wobble.
No, I'm not going to steal Mr. Box Office's one. So I'm going to say, if you don't know, give your head a wobble. That's going to be my phrase.
You're better than us, Mia. We like stealing people's catchphrases, like we stole yours the other day. So you're better than us.
Yeah, in the fans we trust, just so everybody knows, is mine. But I've had it stolen, so just so you know that Jack and Dave weren't the pioneers for in the fans we trust.
There you go. We got to cite better. We got to cite our sources better on stuff. But Mia, great call. Thanks for just kind of guiding us through it. I know we were kind of all over the place. Yeah, but I think we had really good discussion nonetheless. So I really do appreciate you helping me out and keeping Durham in the company.
Big up,
Mia. And definitely you have to be coming on my channel again soon, Jack. Love
Please
to have
get me on there. Get me on there. Let's find a time. I already texted the group chat by accident, so let's do it.
No worries.
Let's get that started again. Alrighty.
All right, cool. All right, I'll speak to you guys soon. Take care, Dermot.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Everybody, big up Mia. Please go show her some support on her channel. Putting in the link another time there, everybody, for all of you, so you can check her out. I think the push to 400 is on strong. And like I said, one of those thumbnails, if I wasn't in a show right now, I would have clicked on that video. It looked very tempting.
She did mine yesterday for me, and I was absolutely over the moon for the one she did for me with smoke coming out of you. So I'm actually imploring that she's teaching me this week how to do better thumbnails. So whatever I learn, Jack, I'd send them over to you.
Anthony with another super chat here, and then I think we're going to get Daniel maybe on this, because I'm curious maybe what he has to say. And Daniel, I know you've been waiting very patiently, so I'm going to get you in right away. Daniel, here we are. Larson, what's up?
How are you, Daniel?
Good. As good as you can do with this
as good as you can do. We've had the benefit of a perspective of an AC Milan supporter tonight here, Daniel. Yeah, he's been very generous tonight. And he said elite management came in, or Elliott management came in and helped balance. Oh, yeah, it must mean that's a company. Elliott management came in and balanced the books and brought back a club legend and Paolo Maldini and along and a proper scouting director to find talent. And we won the Serie A and are in with a chance to make the Champions League semi-finals. Daniel, I'm not sure if you were there or around for, or at least was, interested in football when there was that sort of fall of AC Milan. But what I do think is interesting of this guy is like, he sort of has seen a brilliant and elite club like AC Milan go through a huge cycle of being basically the best in the world to all of a sudden being like mid-table Serie A like club. And then now all of a sudden, like you said, they're back where they kind of once belong, and they're back where they once were. So he's seen the full circle maybe in front of his eyes. So what does that make you think? Like, it just shows that maybe clubs do go through these sort of spells, but there is a way to get out of it as well. Like there is a method to get out of it.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, first your question there, Ronaldinho, AC Milan, Ronaldinho is the reason I fell in love with football actually in the first place.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was watching that.
That Zlatan team, even Zlatan and Alexander Pato. I remember that those two up top together were absolutely filthy. I love that team, and I'm with you. Like AC Milan are a huge club and are definitely the reason a lot of people probably like back in the day for defending even too. Daniel, they've had some of the best defenders of all time. Like just had boasted basically the best ever. Thiago Silva, not even the best defender that's ever been there. You have the likes of Nesta and Maldini before him. I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah, spot on.
But yeah, that means, I mean, we can't really compare ourselves to AC Milan, but that means even like the best clubs can have an absolute horrific downfall.
Correct.
But we've never really been, up there, so we can't really know what that feeling is from being the best to like mid-table. So it's kind of like I don't know what I want.
For me, what it says, Daniel and Dermot, is any club, even if they are supposedly the best clubs in the world, can maybe fall victim to either incompetency, bad financial decisions, whatever it may be, right? Any club can fall. We've even seen the likes of FC Barcelona, right? They've made a bunch of atrocious financial decisions. And if it wasn't for their sort of status in European football, they absolutely would have fallen probably a lot longer ago. I think they're getting bailed out consistently, right, by Spanish banks and a bunch of things that are, helping them stay afloat. And it does show, right? Like, bad decisions and bad decision making can melt and put any club basically in a bad sort of position and a bad way of form. But there is always a way out of it. And I guess with Anthony, what he's brought up here, Dermot, too, is maybe hiring former players that maybe were there during the good era can maybe set you in the right direction. It's not like you just hire anybody. Like, I think they need to have a decent sort of pitch and a decent resume to maybe show that they are good on the footballing side of things. But they hired Paolo Maldini, they got in a good scouting network, and that sort of got them back on the right track. I know the likes of Bayern, they are very big on having former players in sort of the system. Like you said, Ajax, PSV, a lot of clubs like that do have former players kind of within sort of the hierarchy. Spurs, I mean, it's hard to know. Like, I think we're trying it sort of with the likes of Jermaine Defoe and players like that and Michael Dawson. But what do you guys think? Do you think there could be maybe a former Spurs player that should be given like some type of technical director role or like something like that?
I would go back to the 80s. I would bring an 80 player in from the 80s when we were successful. You look at Liverpool over the years when they were really successful. It was former players as managers who knew the club, who knew the philosophy of the club, who knew what the club was built on. And I think it's okay bringing in Jermaine Defoe or Michael Dawson, but trying to go back to when like a Graham Roberts or a Steve Perryman or people like that have won trophies with us, that know what it's like to win stuff, that knows that they were under the tutelage of Bill Nicholson and Keith Birkinshaw, or bring in the Glenn Hoddle, who's been there, who was around that time himself. I know an ex-Spurs manager, but we've got so many ex-players with so much experience, with so much winning mentality. Bring them in. And like a Roy Keane, he's a Spurs fan. I know he's a Man United player, but he's got a soft spot. Bring him in as a coach or something longer. Employ him some longer. He will have half-time players up the wall. I mean, that's what the players need. They need somebody to go in there and scare the living daylights out of them, make them so scared if I make a mistake. That's why the Man United team was so successful in the 90s. Alex Ferguson, if you made a mistake, Ferguson would blow you out of it. Hairdryer treatment. There was one story very quickly. Man United were playing Spurs and Patrick Evra went in at halftime. I think we were winning 3-1. And he had a good first half, he said himself. Ferguson blasted them. Said, "You useless, you played crap." They went out in the second half and won 5-3. And he got man of the match. And then he said to him at full time, he said, "You were playing well at the first half. Why I bollocked you was I didn't want you to be complacent. I wanted to keep you on your toes." And that's the problem. A lot of our players are complacent. And this is what players that want stuff will bring their mentality in. You can't be complacent. Bring it in and do it, because I think these players need it.
I think also as well, though, like former players can come into maybe a situation like this and they can see what it takes on maybe the footballing side of things for maybe a certain player to work at a club, right? They might know the pressure that maybe it is at a club like ours. They might know about even the day-to-day feelings of the fan base, right? Some of the players, they might be a bit more in touch with how the fans feel on things. And also as well, like when we're bringing in players that, you feel like a guy like whatever it be is Steve Perryman or whoever, Dermot, would be able to sort of maybe be part of the whole background checks on players, checking into the personal side of things, checking into their mental side and things like that. Just seems like it doesn't hurt maybe to have maybe former players who have been successful at the club who at least also do offer some type of competency, I think, on the footballing decisions. Like, you can't, like I said, just bring in anybody just to do it, like to make some sort of boys club. But it does make sense, I think, to have at least people of the past who have some sort of connection and have some sort of identity with the club, so that you don't lose that identity, in fact, with the club. Sometimes that's maybe the point of having former players, is that you don't get too far away from the original identity of the club as well.
Bill Nick did that in the 80s. Any players he brought in, he would go and talk to their families, what their families like. If Ferguson was the same. Ferguson always said to the players in the dressing room, what did your father or grandfather did? Well, he worked down the mines. Well, you go out and make your grandfather proud of you. He worked down the mines to put you into this position, or your father worked on the buildings to put you into this position. You go out on that picture, you make them proud. And that's what's missing at our club. We haven't got that. We've gone so far away from the Bill Nick philosophy that we're not Tottenham Hotspur anymore. We're not the club that Bill Nick built. We're completely different. And that's what's missing. And that's what breaks my heart to see the club like this. Because if Bill Nick was here or looking down, he wouldn't recognise this club. Keith Berkshire was right. There used to be a club over there. Then that club's gone. And we need to get back to that. So bring in ex-players, bring in a Bill Nick philosophy back into the club again. His soul's missing from the club. We need to put his soul back into the club to get our Tottenham back.
I completely agree. Big yourself up, Anthony, and really do appreciate the support, my friend. And what I would say, though, too, is it's not even just getting in former players. It's also actually getting in that scouting department. And Spurs, I think we're on the right track with that with Paratici. He actually brought in a lot of new guys into the scouting department. And also even, I think in general, Spurs have been giving up a lot more money to improve the scouting department, because apparently it has been quite lackluster for some time and is actually quite far behind the likes of other sort of so-called kind of elite clubs. So the scouting department absolutely needs to improve dramatically. Very, very good point there. And I think that's also a huge step towards it. Spot on. Pat Whelan, really do appreciate the support, my friend. Very good to see you in here as always. And he says, can I urge everyone to send their love to Dave? Absolutely right. Everybody do. Yeah. No matter what, I guess, despite all the misery I know surrounding Spurs, just make sure everything else in your life, family wise is all good, but also keep Dave as well as plenty 100%. Of other people close to you in your thoughts.
Yeah, 100%.
Daniel Field said, Jack, he opened his back. So actually, let's talk about Pedro Porro and maybe, on the whole Sanchez situation here, Daniel. Yeah. Pedro Porro, I think, deleted his social media accounts. It's hard to see this. And maybe the question is, Daniel, do we have like a booing culture here at Spurs? Do we have, like, in the fan base right at this moment in time, a bit of an unkind and an unsupportive sort of atmosphere and, environment towards our players? Like, do our players it's a hard one, right? Because we're really frustrated with our players. Our players let us down on so many occasions, but when you see somebody like Pedro Porro fall victim to it, it hurts. That hurts to see. It makes me embarrassed. I'll be honest, Daniel. Makes me embarrassed.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. I mean, if a player needs to, any person needs to delete.
He's only just got here.
Yeah, as well. Like, that's embarrassing and should not be happening. But with the whole booing, like, we have so little cheer about right now. So what else is you turn to booing? Even how harsh that sounds. But I want to say, though, with the whole Sanchez thing and the booing, it is not personal. It's professional. I can only speak for me. Well, I don't boo, over a screen anyway. But if I was ground, I don't know what I would do. But if I say I boo, it wouldn't be attacking the person. It would be his ability to play fucking football. It's fucking shit. At the end of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniel, the other thing is, like I said, I don't think I'm a perfect person. Like, at the game, I imagine I would have booed. I think I would have gotten very frustrated if I had seen that goal go in. But to find out that the booing basically persisted to the stage where minutes later Sanchez is taking a touch of the ball and is getting booed, just don't know. That's just not. I think that is too far. I'm pretty sure I know for a fact I wouldn't be doing that. I probably wouldn't be happy to be seeing Sanchez on the ball. I think I'd want him to get rid of it as soon as possible. But it's not. I think that's where it does take maybe a bit too far. And it's where it also is tough, though, because I think the fans have gone through a lot this season as well. So to say that the fans can't make a mistake and can't be human, right? Like it's, you know, the fans are frustrated. The fans are not enjoying what they're seeing. They're seeing a lot of things on the footballing side of things inside the club not go the way they want it to go. They're also seeing no direction, no manager. The football they're watching in front of them is absolutely disgusting. It feels like maybe Spurs fans, as much as I do feel like they made a grave mistake with how far they went with the Sanchez booing, I'm not all that surprised that the environment was toxic and the environment was sort of negative, Daniel, because at this moment in time, I mean, there's not a lot of things for Spurs fans to be happy about, it feels like.
No, 100%. And also, every human being is reactionary. React to a moment, the moment. And after a while, like a few days thinking about it, oh, maybe I was wrong, you know. You get that, you know, time to think. But at the moment in time, you see what you see, and you've seen it for so long, you will react in a bad way. It's just the way we are. Everyone. Well, maybe not everyone, because apparently not everyone booed, but I'm not too sure about it.
Are you embarrassed to be a Spurs fan at the moment for what happened on Saturday and for the reaction that from the fans?
I'm not embarrassed by that. I'm just embarrassed by the whole club.
Yeah,
you know, that's the least of my worries to be embarrassed about. I'm embarrassed about the players, about the playing, just everything about it. How certain fans as well, that seems to be some flip flops. You know, I remember like a lot of people were like, "Oh, Stellini's like, oh no, he's gonna change our playing style," and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? He's an assistant manager. He's not gonna change everything." And then all of a sudden, everyone's like, "I told you." No, you fucking told me, and I have fucking proof that you thought the thing was gonna change. So you fuck.
Do you feel like Stellini right now, Daniel, is proving to be completely out of his depth at this stage?
Of course.
Yeah, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. No, of course, he's never been in this position before. To take a big club in charge like this. No, it's not an easy task. You can just be like, "Oh, you do this for, you know," and try and play attacking football and all that. Well, and I just it's embarrassing. And I also heard though Ali Gold's video. Apparently, Stellini came out after the game saying, "No, I didn't tell them to sit back after they scored." Well, somebody's lying here. Either the player's not playing for the fucking whoever is managing in, or he's lying. What the fuck is going on?
How many times do you have to go through this, though, Daniel? To Conte, we went through it with Nuno. We went through it with Mourinho. We went through it at the end of Pochettino. How many more times do you have to go through this? Players not playing for the manager, players not playing for the club, players just playing for themselves. When is it going to get through to their heads that they're playing for a bigger purpose here? They're playing for us, the fans. Without Tottenham, without us, there'd be no Spurs. Without us, there'd be no soul in the club. We pay our ticket prices. We pay our season tickets, the highest season ticket prices in the Premier League, I think, as well. So, do the players have to realise, oh, hang on a minute here, we should be giving it all for them out there who give up their time, an hour and a half on a Saturday or a Sunday or away games, Europe. Do the players don't care, do you think? Do you think the players just don't care anymore?
They don't care for a long time.
No.
You know, we saw with Dyer first, and also Dyer. I don't know how he's not the first one being booed, by the way, because he's clearly don't give a fuck about the club.
He just laughs at us, Daniel. That's all
yeah, exactly.
All he does is laugh.
But anyway, and also Ali Goltz also said it in his video, this game was about who would want it more. Did Bournemouth want to stay in the Premier League more, or does Spurs want top 4 more? Well, clearly Bournemouth wanted to stay in the league more than Spurs wanted top 4. No.
Bournemouth want their wages more than Spurs players do. I mean, it's like it's basics. It feels like, Daniel. Another thing I would say too is Spurs, right? Like we rested our chances on Stellini. You were absolutely right that came to haunt us, that decision. But the other thing too, I think the huge mistake in leaving it with Stellini was sort of like then you're trusting the players to sort of like prove Conte wrong, and you're trusting the players to sort of like take the onus of the rest of the season to get themselves there to top 4 with sort of the guidance of Stellini there. But clearly it's like they don't really care all that much about the rest of the season by the looks of things. They don't really care at all by the looks of things about having Stellini left in charge. So it's actually the case that I do think the players have sort of checked out. Maybe it's because Stellini's still in charge, but I think it's just genuinely, I think these players, after everything that has happened this season, they do feel probably just a bit defeated. And I don't know what I feel about that, because I think a lot of that's their own fault. Because it feels like that's like complaining about your own situation that you put yourself in. But at the same time, they have basically probably lost a lot of motivation, I feel like, to continue to push for top 4, either because they've dropped any of the opportunities they've had to take top 4, they've missed it. And so maybe they just feel like they are shit and they are worthless. I don't know, Daniel. It just feels like I do think they are checked out. I think they're on the beach, but I'm confused as to why, because they basically have the guy that they wanted gone in Antonio Conte. They have nothing else to play for other than European football, but it doesn't even feel like they can even be asked to take the pitch at all, or even give us a full 90 minutes. Or could it also just be that they're that confused by Stellini's tactics? Some people have pointed that out, that maybe Stellini is just confusing them that much that they look that all over the place. I'm not really sure, but I don't have any hope for top 4, because genuinely it doesn't look like the players have any idea what they're doing, and it's also questionable whether the players even want top 4 themselves.
No. Listen, all the players can't play football anymore. We've seen that. Did you see that fucking clip, by the way? We're trying to pass it out from the back. 3 passes.
Which game? Everton, this one?
No, this fucking game. This game. We're trying to, and all of a sudden, panic. Perisic hoofs it back to Lloris. They completely lost their fucking brain cells. You could put fucking Sunday league players in this team, and they would play football better. I wouldn't say they would be, tackling better or fucking set pieces. We're so fucking good at set pieces. No, but playing just passing, the simple fucking pass sideways or even back, can't even do it. They can't even, and all of a sudden now, new Madison is gonna imprint to how to play football. No, because these fucking players can't play football anymore. The end of the story. They can't be. You can't teach an old dog a new tricks. Fucking giving up. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for going on.
A lot of people feel the way you do, Daniel.
Are players being rewarded for bad performances here? Do you like to die a contract here?
Yeah.
If we sort of saying to them, right, look, if you play absolutely shit, you don't try, you don't care, we'll give you a bumper contract with 4 or 5 years. But if you try and you care, we'll just sell you. So have we got, what sort of culture have we at Tottenham? Is it like a culture of, look, you can be a rat-ass player, can't play, but there you go, we'll give you a new 4-year contract.
100%. It's like that's why I'm so. I got no hope for the future anymore, because I'm reading all this. So you're gonna get a new contract, because we know the players, like most players, needs to leave. But oh no, you're gonna get a new contract. You're gonna get a new contract. So they're not gonna leave. So even if a new manager, even if
it doesn't even make sense, I'll be honest, because there's not even a new manager here. So what's the rush? Like, I genuinely don't get it. Like, what is the rush on getting Dyer a new contract when there's not even a new manager here? Eric Dyer is not Harry. What's also even funnier about when I saw about that rumor about Eric Dyer getting his contract, they said something about they want to seal Eric Dyer's contract so that they can then focus on sealing Harry Kane's. It's like, I think you got your priorities a little mixed up here. It's like, I think we should be focusing on getting Harry Kane's contract secured at all costs. Let's worry about Eric Dyer a little later down the road after we sign a manager, let alone I'd rather sign a new tea lady before we get, a new Eric Dyer contract in. I mean, it just feels like the priorities, and I know this is all hearsay, so let's just hope maybe this isn't happening. But what if we are proven right that they do give him a new contract? I don't get the point, Daniel, because there is no new manager. We don't have any technical direction at this point in stage. What is the rush? What is the rush with giving Dyer a new contract? There's nobody that's there's no time you're saving with things like that. And that's what I get worried about stuff like that. I really do, because it does prove to me, at least, Daniel and Dermot, it proves that Daniel Levy is running a lot of stuff, like, on the footballing side, because who on earth is making that sort of decision? Who on earth would be making that decision? It's certainly not Paratici. It's certainly not Scott Munn, who's just been in charge. It's not Antonio Conte. He's not even here anymore. Like, so who the hell is it that's making that
some
decision?
people are going to blame him still. Don't worry about it. They can complain him still about how Stellini. But that just proves that Daniel Levy doesn't have a clue what he's doing. He doesn't have a clue about football. And what you need as a chairman, you need a chairman that knows football. First of all, that's the fucking main importance here. Even if he's done well, and I think you, Dermot, said, he's done well. You got it. Well, I don't know if it was you, maybe it was someone else. But he's done well. But he can't take us any further. End of story. This chairman, we can't fucking go on and move forward as a club now with him. The end of story.
I mean, Daniel, it's like they've let the loonies run the asylum. That's what it's like in Tottenham in the hierarchy at the moment. Daniel,
I would rather have fucking have Joker fucking run the show. But yeah.
I mean, I got what my last question to you, Daniel, is with the unrest with the fans, with them shouting, booing the players, booing the fans, booing the players, booing Levy himself, Levy out, and all this. Is this his last chance to get this one right? Is this his chance now? If he gets this right, then maybe some of it can be forgiven. But has it gone beyond that now? Whatever he does, we just want him gone.
For me, the last chance was with Conte. I've said that for the longest. That was my last chance with this man. And he failed miserably. So, no, I don't care. I don't care. Even though the new man, especially if his company that's a new manager, he needs to be, confident enough to have a fucking word with every single person at this club. Have to one-on-one chat with them, saying that you can stay and you need to fuck off. And if especially the players now, if they have any respect for themselves, they'll be like, okay, I'm gonna leave. I'm not gonna be here. Fair enough.
Have it like we used in the schoolyard, Daniel. Put them in the line and just say, keep, sell, keep, sell, keep, sell.
That's with the whole staff as well, though. You need every single person. He needs to have a big and long chat with them. Even how long that could take fucking a month, to be honest.
I'd love to have the manager on, honestly, for one of those tier lists of keep or sell, just because it'll be a long one. Definitely be a long one. King Hoddle, I don't know who deleted your comment, my friend, but I don't know. Chris and I are keeping a good eye on it, but I don't know, my man. I don't think anybody censored you from what I've seen, King Hoddle, but at least that's just me. Because also as well, I'm pretty sure I know all of the people that are mods at this stage on the channel, and pretty sure they wouldn't have King Hoddle. So don't just say that, just don't throw that accusation, please. Just, out there. I'm pretty sure we took care of that last time, so it should be okay now. Last question for me, though, Daniel. I mean, do you still care about Europe? Do you want to finish in Europe? Do you want to finish as high as possible? I'm still a sucker. I kind of do.
No, I don't want Europe.
Why is that?
I don't want Europe League. Really Champions League is fine. No, because we're going to lose to a fucking Slovenian team next season anyway. We're going to lose to Mura again. If it goes to the Conference League, we're going to have an embarrassing loss, and I can't take that. Lose to part-time plumbers again. Fuck that. No. Maybe that could have a little bit of a fucking open realization for Levy, because of course he's all about top four, Maybe that could get a little bit fucking boot up his ass. It won't, but little bit of hope there. But no, I if it's not Champions League, then no Europe for me. At the end of the day.
Do you feel like, though, if you were to players like Brian Hill, Udoji, a lot of guys that are young, do you feel like they would benefit from having all those extra games?
No, they're coming into a fucking cancerous place, They're just going to be infected by the shit, And also, like, next season, if you do play a back four, Pedro Porro cannot play as a back four, and Ondorji, both of them cannot play in the back four. They cannot defend, especially Pedro. So
Yeah.
I know I went from one thing to another there, but Jesus. Sorry.
Can you leave us with any hope, Daniel? Can you leave us any? Just give us a spark of light, just something to so we can hang our hat on.
No, I'm gonna actually end with look at Aston Villa. Unai Emery, a manager that's been taking the piss out of for long because he struggled with English a little time. Look, fucking elite manager. Fucking transformed them from being absolute, and they're gonna finish above us. They're gonna actually finish above us, and they were fucking relegation a little while ago.
Yeah, I felt like they were on the beach. It just felt like a month or two ago, or at least they had all the right to want to be on the beach. They had really nothing, it felt like, left to play for, but I guess they do, because the teams that have been battling for top four have been bottling it that much, and no one wants it, that even a team like Aston Villa can find themselves back in the race. Yeah, but also I guess Unai Emery shows the benefit of playing one game a week too. Like, they are just tearing it apart by just playing one game a week at this stage. So I don't know.
It's like us last season.
There's going to be a few teams next season. Chelsea are not going to be in Europe if they don't win the Champions League. Liverpool,
they're going to win the league next season, though.
Yeah, but the point I'm making, though, they won't be in Europe. Liverpool might not be in Europe. So, and if we don't go into it, it gives us a chance to concentrate on the league and the cups, which is important. We're not good enough to win anything in Europe. So let's concentrate on the things that we could win.
No, yeah, that's why I also want to say, like, if we do get Europa League, we're gonna get knocked out to like a Zagreb again. So that's why I rather get knocked out to like Bayern München than Zagreb. You know?
Yeah. It's more embarrassing the other way around. I'm a sucker though. I just feel like the more competitions we're in, the more likely it is we have a better chance of maybe pushing on one of them. But I also see the logic where, like Sean Maddox has put, in a rebuild, less games or fewer games and pressure would be better for us to get reorganized. There's also that maybe a new manager just wants the less chaos of playing, all the time every 3 days, right? That can be chaotic, and it's hard to really instill your tactical sort of system into the players with playing so often. It's a good point you bring up there, Sean. Good point, my man.
100%.
Well, Daniel, I think we'll leave it there for now, unless you have any final points on your therapy session. Anything else that maybe you wanted to say that you didn't get to say?
Yeah, actually, Luis Enrique.
Luis Enrique, go ahead. Yeah, a bit of news today.
I mean, that's going to be the same as Conte. 0 winner. It didn't work. Sadly, he's an amazing manager. Absolutely amazing manager, but it's not going to work here. We know that now.
Is that because he has that history of kind of isolating big players and stuff like that? Yeah.
Yeah, and also, like, I think he's like a stubborn manager as well. Doesn't really play. He plays one way as well. I think, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's like. So I don't see that happening.
He's a very progressive manager. Plays a nice front foot kind of style of football. It's a bit more on the Spanish side of things, which I think sometimes can be a bit passing for passing's sake and passing teams to death. But it is also what Spurs fans want. I mean, we would rather be on the ball than, consistently defending without it the way it is right now. But he has a history of sort of making sort of some drama with the bigger players at the clubs that he's been at. He kind of had a bit of a row with Messi. He had a bit of a row with Francesco Totti. So if he were to come to Spurs, you wouldn't blame him not blame him. I mean, you wouldn't be surprised if he had some sort of row with like a Sonny or a Kane or something. If he were to come, which is
should have a row with Diamond.
Yeah, you'd rather be that, exactly.
Oh, better. Jesus. But like I said, I'm struggling to see our players manage to play good football. So. Yeah.
Daniel,
Jesus.
It feels like we're gonna have many more of these chats, but I appreciate you putting up a brave face.
Yeah, I'm sorry to completely go out, but I got so much.
I don't think there's anything there's nothing to be like. You don't need to make up something, that it's talk about what you want to talk about. That's what it's for. And don't let anybody think that there's something you can't talk about or something that, that's been spoken about too much. You need to have your say. And whether you're in a good mood, bad mood, middle mood, whatever it is, that's what it's here for. And honestly, I enjoy having these chats with you, Daniel. I appreciate it. Good man.
Thank you. And also, I meant that super chat I made. This channel is.
Did I interpret that the right way? It's just sort of having people during these times is one of the few reasons to stick around, just having friends, right? During these kind of times.
Yeah. And of course, I don't have friends that are Spurs fans. I only have like United, Liverpool, even Arsenal fans.
Same here.
Arsenal friends.
Same here. That's the only reason I even got into this in the first place. I was constantly alone as a Yank Spurs fan. I was constantly alone. But yeah, I'm with you, my man. And feels like we'll go through this together, these rough times. But I mean, Lord, it's good to have each other, I think, during these times. Because if I were alone, I mean, I probably would have checked out a long time ago, like you said. Yeah, probably would have just not even bothered. I agree with you.
And also, Dermo, big up your channel as well. I'm not on it too much because I got
I really appreciate it, Daniel.
Thanks
Thank you
very much.
very
I'll put that in the chat there. Put Dermot's channel in the chat there. Thank you,
so
Daniel.
much, Daniel. I love listening to you, Daniel, because I didn't have the bleeping machine, which I will have it for the next time you're on.
Yeah. No, that's the edited version. Don't worry about
it. That's the director's cut, is it?
Yeah.
Love that.
Anyway,
good call as always, Daniel. Good call as always.
Daniel. Thank you.
Good job, my man.
Thank you.
See you soon, Daniel. See you soon.
Take care.
Catch you, brother. Bye. Everybody, pick up Daniel in the chat, please. He put up a brave face and spoke about what he wanted to speak about. And it's easy to sort of, I don't know. I think it's harder than it looks, from what I would say. It's harder than it looks to come up on here. And especially when you feel like you have a million things to say, but you don't know how to say it. It's easy to, make it, or it might look easy, but it's not. And I think Daniel is very good since he's come on here from the very beginning. I think he's made actually huge leaps and bounds since he's come on here. And so I would say if anybody who has also witnessed, the growth of Daniel, come on and have your say. And I'm pretty sure you would be, you'd be surprised at what you might have to say. And you might surprise yourself at some of the things maybe you want to talk about. You never know. Your mind might wander on the fan show and you'll find yourself talking about plenty of different things. But everybody, keep smashing that like button. Keep getting your comments in. I'm going to keep bringing them up on the screen. Keep trying to be civil with each other. I appreciate the back and forth and everything. But from what I can tell, I think people are, at least for the most part, being pretty respectful and everything. So I appreciate that, because I know it's kind of a difficult, sort of sensitive time right now at Spurs. And it's hard, right? We all want solutions and we're frustrated. And so I do appreciate everybody that's been tuning in, keeping your comments, and just keeping the show going. It does really help me out a lot. And also as well, like I said, keep getting those likes in and keep getting your comments in. But we're going to go on to somebody who's been waiting very, very patiently. And it's somebody who I make the joke about, seems to only come on maybe when we're in bad circumstances. But this guy, very good one. And I love to see him back here. And like I said, very much apologies, Jerome. I know you were waiting very patiently.
Okay. No, that's good, because I was listening to everybody, and it was very interesting to hear everybody's opinion. It was good to hear. As always,
finally we get to hear yours, because I feel like, Jerome, you've also, like, speaking of waiting patiently, you waited patiently a few times and then you had to jet off to work or whatever it was. I finally get to tie you down, and Dave missed you, but we'll get you another time with Dave. What do you want to talk about first here, Jerome? Do you want to talk about the Sanchez situation? You want to talk about something else first?
Sure.
Sanchez.
Talk about the Sanchez situation, right? And we've been going about the booing and everything. But let me ask you guys something. As soon as the booing started, as soon as the fans started booing, we forced change, didn't we? The fans have forced change. And as soon as a change happened, look at what happened. The game started going. We started going. Those players just went and thought, oh my God, if you're turning on someone, they might be turning on me. So let's turn up. Let's play. And to be honest, we dominated them. As soon as it started, we dominated them. Once we changed, we started dominating Bournemouth. We did not let them breathe. But the only thing that happened is we lost on the run of play. That's the only thing. Because we were attacking them so much. I knew if we get a counter attack, they would score, and they did, and we just lost on the run of play. So I am not going to be we didn't start well, we didn't play well, but because the fans started booing, and us fans, we have to understand those fans are the 12th men. It's whether they inspire you or they would criticize you. And they did. They did criticize. I know everybody's going to say, oh, it's not nice to criticize, just criticize one player, Sanchez, and booing him even before he came in and blah, blah, blah. But the fan knows Sheffield.
Yeah.
The game with Sheffield. He lost his balance out of nowhere. How? The fan knows what's going to happen. The fan already knows what's going to happen. They started groaning and thinking, why are you doing this? We are 1-0 up. And then you start going like defensive. We're not doing anything. The fan has forced change. And for once, I'm going to tell, well done. You've done something right. You forced the change to happen. You made them start playing football properly. But we just lost on the run of play. So that was just unfortunate. Okay,
it's an interesting.
That was just an unfortunate thing. So I'm not saying like the booing culture is a great thing, but look at Real Madrid. They are a team that wins everything, but as soon as the performance is not there, their fan will turn on them. They'll turn on them and boo them for no matter what. And I saw some comment from King Huddle saying, "Oh, we don't want a nervous player." Well, the thing is, if Sanchez was this great player, what you think he is, he would be going, "You are booing me. I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to come stronger. I'm going to prove you wrong." Will he do that though? No. Because what we do now is we're trying to put all of us players in a cotton ball and going, "Oh, we're going to nurture you. We're going to nurture you," and going, "It's okay. It's okay. We can keep going." No. It's time for us to go, "You're shit. We're going to boo you until you prove us wrong. When you prove us wrong, we're going to go behind you and cheers for you again."
Can I ask a question here, Jerome? Where's because this is where I find myself. Knowing who I am as a human being, Jerome, I would have fucking went deep into the players the moment that goal conceded. I would have lost my mind. Like, I would have been tearing everybody apart. But where it does go too far for me is when it's like, and I didn't even know this at the time, because originally I had defended the booing because I had thought it was sort of booing when the goal was conceded, booing when they're picking the ball out of the net, that whole period. I thought that's when the booing was happening. And I kind of thought, as much as it isn't helpful, as much as it maybe a lot of people feel like distracts from the purpose, I feel like I would have done the same thing. I'm a flawed person. I think I'm a flawed human for being that way. I'll admit it. But where it went too far for me, Jerome, is when I found out that minutes later, he's just taking a touch of the ball and things like that, and he's getting booed. I do feel like, as much as I don't have a ton of sympathy for Sanchez, I do think I think that's too far for me. But I'm curious what you think on that. Like, is that too far when he is? Because then it does feel like isolating one player too much. I think you should be fully within your right to tear apart this team, tear apart the players and everything, because they have let us down so many occasions this season. But when you're finding yourself minutes later kind of booing Sanchez, like how we were booing Kurt Zuma, for the cat abuse and everything, that's when it just seems a bit too far for me.
Look,
I don't know what your thoughts are.
To be honest, there's 62,000 people in that stadium. And you're telling me 62,000 people just went and booed one person every time he touched the ball? I mean,
it felt bigger than that, though, right? Because he was maybe the scapegoat for a bigger anger and a bigger frustration, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he was
I
being
guess
used as the scapegoat.
I guess the anger got to everybody. I guess, like, maybe it was towards everyone, but when the ball came to him, it was louder because we all know how Sanchez is and everything. So I guess they were kind of like focusing their boos on him. But at the same time, I'm thinking, look, if we're not playing well, if something needs to be changed, the fans needs to be there to make their voice heard, and be heard loud. If we think things are not right, make sure that we make things heard. And we did. I know it's not the right way, but we did make change. The change
ultimately
was made
I got what
by
I wanted.
The fan.
I didn't want Sanchez on the pitch. I got what I wanted.
Stellini felt pressured and took him off after 20 minutes and to put Danjuma in. So change happened. It happened. And we started playing football, like proper football, because we choked them the whole time. Like through the whole second half, we choked them to try to get back in the game. Unfortunately, it was a game like what went like where we attacked them and we scored. We almost got 3-2, like with Richie. He missed his header, but we almost got there. But unfortunately, they went the other way and got the game. So we lost. Fair enough.
I also think too, Jerome, just quickly, Dermot, I think too, Jerome, where people are getting this mixed up on this whole situation with the fan base is the fan base was caught, I think, in a very human moment where it was like, I don't think the frustration or the booing towards Sanchez was just people hating Sanchez that much. I think it really was like this moment of like people just had enough, and people are having enough right now, that all these various frustrations at the ownership, at the players, whether it also be how this season has gone with all the expectations we had in the very beginning, and also maybe with Antonio Conte, maybe a lot of people, not me personally, but a lot of people are very frustrated with how Antonio Conte has made these players play, the type of style of football that we're playing and everything. There's a lot of frustration right now in the Spurs fan base. And I don't know, but it felt like maybe Sanchez's mistake, as well as Sanchez's decision to come onto the pitch, or his substitution, was almost like the straw on the camel's back with all that, where then it was just he was being then used as the catalyst, or as like the case study, if anything, for all of this hate and all of this toxicity that I think is rightfully there. I think a lot of this toxicity right now is there for a reason. I mean, whether it's conducted in the right way is another conversation and another type of thing, but you can't deny that there isn't a bit of negativity right now, and there obviously is for plenty of good reasons. But maybe what happened was Sanchez ended up being the victim of this greater negativity, this greater sort of frustration at the club, and you have to feel for him in that case when he's being used as a scapegoat in that regard.
But the thing is, like Daniel said, it's not towards Sanchez the person, it's pretty much towards Sanchez the professional footballer,
the professional player.
That's pretty much what it is. It's towards him, his performance, his crap games that he's been having for us for a long time. So
it's hard for me, though, to criticize the fans for being human, because I think they made a human sort of decision, and a human, I don't know if it's mistake is the right word, but if we were to call it that, let's say it is a mistake to have done that to Sanchez. But it's like, what I'm trying to say, Jerome, is like, I kind of saw why they did that. Like I could see why somebody would go through that sort of brain process of like just losing it in that moment, just like, losing it. And I could see why someone would make a poor decision, or maybe act a bit out of character, or maybe be a bit more ruthless than usual. And that's what I mean is like, you have to also acknowledge the human side of things, like with people. And like when people are frustrated, they will act maybe more harshly.
They definitely will act. They definitely did, and they made themselves hurt. But even for me, even watching it on TV, I'd be like, as soon as I saw Sanchez coming, I'd be like, oh my God, why? You'll be asking yourself, why would you make that decision? But it's like, we are all, like you said, we're all human. It happens. The frustration will get to us. After a while, it gets to everybody. So we've been seeing bad games, terrible performances, terrible display, dropping out of cups for against teams that we should be beating, dropping out again, dropping out of FA Cup on the 5th round for another year again. So it's kind of frustrating. Like, I would understand the fans. I think it's time, like, for them to show their frustration, and they are showing it. And the thing to say, like, oh, it's not right to be just having like a booing culture and everything. But what can they do? What can they do? They have no other thing. I'm not saying you go on social media and abuse a player and just give them like racial abuse or something. No, you don't do that. But if you're in the stadium, you're frustrated. The whole of the fan base is frustrated. You show it. And the only way fans can show it is they booze and they chant things. Not abuses, but maybe chanting things like,
Yeah.
You don't know what you're doing or something like that. But
you're taking on this conversation in a brave way, Jerome. I appreciate you. You're speaking your honesty, and I appreciate you taking on this conversation in a very brave manner. In fact, Dermot, anything to add to this? Sorry, I know
I've been very intrigued by the conversation that you've been having, Jerome. And as Jack says, I back him up 100%. It's been very honest and very intelligent and very interested in your conversation. I want to look at it on the different side of it, Jerome. How do we heal as a fan base? Who do you think can come in and heal us as a club, heal us as a fan base to get back to where we were before? Because we are fractured, we are frustrated, we are angry, we are very divided. Who do you think can come in and bring us all together and bring us back as one again?
I would say Redknapp or Poch, because those two brought us our Tottenham, like the Tottenham of old. They did. Like Poch gave us the title race, put us in the top 4 for a long time. All right, and the thing is, he didn't have like those big name players. If you look at all of them, Dembele from Fulham, Trippier from Burnley, Wanyama from Southampton, Vertonghen and Alderweireld, Ajax, and Oloni from Southampton. They're not those great players, but what happened? We had a great team with them.
Dele Alli from MK Dons as well.
Dele Alli from MK Dons. See, all of those young players, hungry young players. This is what we need. We don't need like fully made, just made players or something. We need probably 1 or 2. Look at our team right now. We've got Perisic, an old man who's trying his best, but he's past it. He's past it. As much as Conte wanted to tell us like Perisic, we need time with Perisic, he's past it. Can't do much. So what I want is a young manager, but a young, hungry manager. Even a Vincent Kompany, bring him in. He's hungry. He's young. He wants to prove things. Nagelsmann, bring them in. Like, get us someone who's solely focused on rebuilding the club, bringing youth, bringing players that do want to play for that club, and bring us to where we should be again. It will take us a very long time, but this is what we need. This is what is going to bring the fan base together. Just look at Poch before. We were very frustrated with him. But look at what he's done. Look at what happened. He brought us all together. And to be honest, we all love him for what he's done.
Yeah.
And I was like, when he got sacked, that was the worst day of my life, to be honest. I love that man. Like, even if we went down, I would have any issue, because he deserved everything. He brought us to a Champions League final, for crying out loud, with a team that was sailing, dying. He took us there. Without Harry Kane on top of that. Without Harry Kane, he took us to a Champions League final.
Yeah.
Doesn't that give you credit in the bank? But no. All we want is to get top 4 and we sack him.
You look back at Keith Birkinshaw and the time he took the club down, and then you look at the team he assembled. I keep looking back to them days, Jerome, and I'm envious in them days of my younger self watching the Tottenham I watched then. Poch brought me back to the 80s. It was like I was back to my young lad going to White Hart Lane watching Glenn Hoddle, Graham Roberts and all them players. And do you think Poch is the man? We should get him no matter what it is. Just throw the bank at him, bring him back, because is he our saviour? Yeah,
I would say bring him back at any cost. Just swallow your pride, say I was wrong, and bring him back home. Because the thing is, he's like the version of Alex Ferguson. He is solely focused on youth. He wants young, hungry players that could show that we can challenge, go back to top 4, challenge the Champions League, and go back at it again. I know people will say, "Oh, Poch was arrogant. He didn't like to compete in the cups, like the
he didn't take
cups.
that. Yeah.
He didn't take them seriously.
Yeah.
The thing is, he tried and moved things around, right, during the cups, but he had an amazing 11, but he had so players on the bench. So what could he do? Even if he rotates, it will be the same thing. We will not have a great team, even if we try to. So we can't just put our constant great 11 to play the whole thing. So to me, we need him, and we need him to be backed properly. We don't need $50 million, £50 million players or something everywhere, like well-known players. Get us good players, even for the championship. Bring them across. Find good young players that would want to play for us, that would even do anything to play for us. Like, just bring them. And then let's start rebuilding slowly. It will be a painful rebuild, but at least we know we are going in the right direction.
Isn't there something kind of with Pochettino, though, Jerome and Dermot, that he technically took over the club when there was a bit of a needed regeneration of the squad. There needed to be a big switch up of things. And he has, in some sense, a bit of a track record for being able to take our club to a new heights and to new direction after doing a bit of squad management, after doing a bit of the difficult time period, right? Like Pochettino had to go through a bit of a rough spell in order to get to the good times. So knowing that he's been able to be successful with that in the past, does that give him maybe a leg up above other managers that we're interested in, knowing that he has been successful in the past with like taking us from a bad position, or at least, a position of uncertainty, to then, leading us back on the right track? So the fact that he's done it before gives people thoughts that he could do it again then.
Yeah, definitely. I believe he can do it again. If we give him a chance, he can do it again. Because the thing is, he doesn't need like arrogant players. He doesn't need like big name players. Like when he went to PSG, he had all of those big name players. Messi disrespecting him when he took him off, just went like that to him, disrespecting him as a manager and everything. Why would you want to be there? Why would you want to have anything to do with his club? So even though he fell over there, he didn't have the players that would come and listen to his philosophy. Poch has a philosophy, and he made Tottenham listen to his philosophy. Those players listened to him and fought for him. So it's the same. That's why I keep saying, if we want something to bring the fan base together, is bring Poch, bring him back home. Or if you're not, you bring a young manager, company, Nagelsmann, but I do not want like Luis Enrique or any big name manager anymore, because what we want, we would ask for big ready players now, like Conte, Mourinho did, and all of those.
We won't satisfy them.
And we won't give them that. We won't be able to have that. So what's the point? And then again, we're going to have all of those defensive. I'm so sick of seeing 5 at the back. It's been like over 5 years. 5 at the back. It's just tired of it. And the football is so dreadful. It's so bad.
I feel like I'm a sicko where I enjoy a bit of defensive football, but I enjoy defensive football when I actually have competent defenders back there doing the defensive football, like guys that I have confidence can win the header, guys that I have confidence can make the tackle. But it's been a bit frustrating and torturous to watch defensive football under incompetent defenders. But then it goes the other way around. It's like, I think we would have an even bigger clown show on certain occasions. Like we'll have more of those sort of 7-1, 6-1 kind of games where we could get absolutely thumped by a team if we were to try to play a bit more progressive with the players we have in the back. It goes both ways. It absolutely goes both ways. Do you still want to finish in Europe, Jerome?
Nah.
I'm not
interested in Europe. Because the thing is,
because I do.
We should be, if you want to focus on something, let's focus on the domestic cups. Let's try and win the the Carabao Cup, the FA Cup. Let's try and win those first. What are we going to do in Europe? Because if we go to Europa League, look what happened against Zagreb. Win 2 2-0 at home and lose 3-0 over there. Did not even want to play because they think they're better than this. Because as long as we have those kind of players that we have now, I think they are better than what they are, it's not going to happen. And the Conference League was even more embarrassing. MS Mura and all of those losing towards Minos. I mean, like, what's the point? They are not even going to be bothered. Those players won't even be bothered. Champions League, that's what they want, apparently, right? This is what they want to be, right? In the Champions League, because they think they're so great they can compete in the Champions League. Even there, did nothing against it. In bad AC Milan. Nothing at all. So what's the point?
Yeah.
What is the point of us being in Europe? All I'm saying is, if you want a trophy, let's focus on the domestic league, on the domestic cups, and just focus on it and try and win something next year.
Do you feel like there's less of a distraction for the manager?
Yes.
For that reason? Yeah.
And also injuries. We will have less injuries because the injuries has been so bad. It's like so many players are out. It's horrible. And to be honest, Bentancur has been a huge, huge loss for us. It's been massive loss. Because with him gone, I think like our midfield has been so-so. So yeah, that's what I think. Like, as well, it's like injuries and just focus on the domestic cups. That's what we should be doing next.
Yeah. Jerome, I've got a question in my head for you, right? And I would love your opinion on it. And I know it's going to be controversial, right? And I know I'm going to probably get criticised in the chat for it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Right, I said to you earlier about bringing Poch back. How putting Harry Redknapp in that sort of director of football role, put them as a team together. With Redknapp's experience of his football,
director of football,
and have Poch there, or have them as a joint team sort of thing, like in the coaching staff, because he'd be great experience to have around Tottenham, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because Redknapp loves the club too, right? He's a Tottenham man. He loves the club. He keeps saying how he loves the club. If we put him as director of football, let him find the players that we need, and have Poch as the manager, I think we'd be doing great things. It'd definitely be a great shout to have him.
Yeah, and have Roy Keane in the coaching staff as well. I would love that. Can you imagine if they did a documentary, Roy Keane going in at halftime, attacking the players? I'd love to be a fly on the wall just to see him go for Dyer and Sanchez or whatever.
Oh, it'd be awesome to see just holding Dyer by the collar. Like, what the hell are you doing?
That's interesting. I'm glad you sort of agree with that. I was just saying to Jerome, Jack, about bringing Harry Redknapp back into a director of football role, or have him in as like a Poch assistant or one to coach it, with his wealth of knowledge of football and what he's done, like at Portsmouth with us, with other teams as well. I think we need to use people like that, and it would give Poch also a sounding board, like Keith Burkshire had Bill Nick. Do you know what I mean? It's that sort of you go and find me the players. We'll coach them, and I'll get them to perform for you. I'd love to know what your thoughts on that, Jack. Do you think that's where we need to start looking for the future, thinking outside the box?
I think we need more players, more former players inside the hierarchy of Spurs in some manner or form, and I think they need to have some type of actual power, some type of actual role within the club that isn't just like the ambassador role or something like that. That's just sort of there to kind of sign kits and whatnot. I think there needs to be some type of player there that can ensure that there is some type of, what would you say, recognition of the players that have been successful with Spurs, because what you do want are people in and around the club that have been successful with the club, because maybe the byproduct of that is they actually know what it's like maybe to succeed with this team. And so therefore that could be translated kind of into the hierarchy, or at least that type of energy, those sort of expectations, the fact that they truly care about where the club is headed, not that they're just there to pick up a paycheck. They truly care about where the club is headed. I think you do bring in more sort of former players, or at least people who are connected with Spurs. I don't know, though, like when it comes to player recruitment. I think with player recruitment, I think that's something different. I think that is maybe more just proving whether you have a track record for that sort of thing. Like I'm happy if the player recruitment is done by the modern sort of method of kind of all the stats and data and video analysis, because I do think that's where it is headed. I don't think it is as much just like going to a random game in Croatia and watching a kid play. I don't think that's exactly how it's done anymore.
So you're more looking at the Brighton model than anything else.
Yeah, I think you have to get with the times and take more of the Brighton Brentford sort of model to go after it, especially the way that we want to operate, which is more buying players for the future, kind of buying players that maybe other people haven't identified. We seem to be that type of club, so it would be probably more in line for us to be more like a Brighton. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But I do think we need more former players in here. Absolutely. I think that would go a very long way. Absolutely should. Jerome, anything I didn't get to let you say? Anything that you want to say I didn't get to let you have, your say on?
No. Well,
okay.
Pretty much it'd be like you've been asking, like, fans have been pretty much like, zone out, like pretty much disinterested with the team. Like, for me, I'm one of them. I'm one of those fans that's like starting to be like, the season is over. It's done. Nothing to fight for. Nothing to look forward to. It's like,
do you feel a little angry though that the players seem to act the same way as the fans right now? That players can't
see
be
the thing is, with our club, our players are allowed to say whatever the hell they want, but there's no issue. There's no retribution. If a manager says something, there's an issue there. So he needs to be sacked. Look at Dyer. He went on Barstool, laughed at us for not winning trophies. Laughing and saying, when the guy was saying, "Oh, you guys are known for not winning trophies," he just laughed and just went, "Oh, yeah. So what happens there? He pretty much discredited our club, right? Saying we don't win anything. So what's his retribution? Nothing. He's about to get a new contract. So that's why I don't understand. I do not understand the mentality of this club. When a manager tells the truth, saying those players can't deal under pressure, those players are selfish, they're just playing for themselves, and that's the club mentality. We haven't won anything in over 20 years. Nothing was wrong there, right? We just said it. But I can even hear some Spurs fans going, no, he can't be saying this. Conte said we are shit to the whole world. He needs to be sacked now. Really? Why? Did he say anything wrong? Did he say something like what we shouldn't be saying? Did he laugh at us like Dyer did? No, he didn't. He was angry. He was very angry. And what he said was he did not want to see this again. That's all he said. But no, he needed to be sacked. But players get rewarded with a contract when they laughed at us on Barstool. When the guy said, "You guys are known for not winning anything," and you just laughed and go, yeah. Right. That's the kind of players we have. That's the kind of mentality that we have in this club. And that's the kind of players that we are allowing to fester in and just remain here. And being saying, it's okay, you're good enough, you can stay. I have no clue where they think that Dyer is good enough for this club and he can stay there. The guy is making a living on us.
It makes you question it's just wonder who's making the decisions. I just don't think there is any reason to be rushing on these sort of decisions when there's no manager in the first place. And then it does make you kind of question, like, who is like at any, like who actually is in charge of the direction of the club? Because if we are giving Eric Dyer a contract when there is no manager in charge, that is example A of many other examples of the fact that the club clearly have no idea what they're actually doing or where they're headed or what decisions they want to make. They just seem to just kind of make them on whatever silly logic there's is, I don't know, because I just think giving Dyer a new contract, even if you defend Dyer, even if you love Dyer, even if you hate Dyer, there's no reason to push it right now. Maybe when the new manager comes in and the new manager can look at him and give a decision on him, then that's probably the case. But Eric Dyer, out of all people at this club, has no reason to have his sort of contract be pushed. And also the wording of it by, I think it was the Last Word on Spurs or whoever tweeted it for the news source. The way that it was phrased was they're focusing on Eric Dyer's contract so they can better focus on Kane's. And you're just like, I think you got your priorities mixed up here. Like,
that's your priority. Should be Kane, not Dyer. Your priority should be getting Kane to sign a new contract. Because pretty much, I don't know about you guys, but I think Kane's gone next season. If we don't get somebody that's proper, like a Poch or somebody else, Kane is gone.
Do you think Kane is checked out right now? He looked pretty checked out in the last game.
He looked pretty checked out to me. But the thing is, like, I'm not blaming him. I can't blame him because that's just the thing. How we've been playing is just terrible. It's like 7 more games to go. We've got Newcastle, Manchester United, Liverpool, Aston Villa, Brentford. I mean, like, where do you see a win happening there? Liverpool just smashed Leeds 6-1 before.
Maybe so VAR. I don't know. I guess VAR will kind of save us once again.
We'll have to pray for VAR to come again and save us because I don't see where we're going to win there. Newcastle is going to be very hard ask. At their place, it's going to be rocking. And those players, they're going to go, scary place to go. We're loud. We can't hear each other. Blah blah blah. So excuse over excuse. So we'll see. But
Jerome, it's been a long time.
It's
been a long time, Jerome. I'm glad we have you back on here. Hopefully, we can have you on more, and I'll get in touch with you as well because maybe we should get you on a panel show or something or a podcast so we can get you to have more of your say or something like that because I think you deserve that. But
that's so
appreciate
good.
you, my friend. We took a stab at fixing Spurs, and we're probably going to have you back on again to try to fix it for us. But Jerome,
let's just hope things will get better
as well. Thank you for your patience.
Big up, Jerome.
Thank you. Big up. See you guys. Bye.
See you soon. Catch you, brother. Big up, Jerome, everybody. Do wish him well, and also as well, do give him some support in the chat because honestly, I think Jerome, he is a very well-mannered guy. I think he's very frustrated, and I think, in fact, he came across really, really well there, despite being a very, I don't know, like, we're all really frustrated right now. We all probably want to say more than maybe. I just think Jerome did a very good job. I think he had a really good call because Jerome is a very passionate man, and I think he came across very well there and all that. So everybody pick him up, put him up in the chat there, give him some big clapping emojis, all that good stuff. Because I really like Jerome. I like what he has to say, and I also thought too he took on a lot of the topics very bravely as well. Like he just sort of said what he said his points, whether you disagree with them or not, where Jerome stands on things. And that's always a good thing too.
I really enjoyed that conversation, Jack. I really did. I've loved all the conversations tonight, but I think Jerome for me now is the best one tonight. And I really enjoyed that.
Yeah. All right. Well, everybody pick up Jerome in the chat, please. I absolutely love that guy. Dermot, I know you need to go. You've helped me out a lot tonight. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to put your channel in the chat here. Anything else that you want to say?
Look, it's going to be a hard end to the season, but look, let's be patient. We'll get there. We'll get the right man in charge, and then we'll go again next season. And if you like what you have to say, then please come over to THFT Till I Die. Got a few new shows. We're starting a new show this week, pre-record. We're going back in time. We're going to go to a decade. Philip likes The Godfather, one for Ellie, one for me, and then myself. Then we're going to open it up to everyone else where they choose their favourite decade. And we're going to have a match from that decade. And we're going to talk about the season and your thoughts and your memories. So we've got that coming. But yeah, we're on the march to 2000. But thank you so much, Jack, for having me on. It's been an honour and a pleasure. And Dave, if you're watching, I hope you, your sister and your family are doing well. My prayers and thoughts are with you from all of us here. For my family, and if you need anything, you know where I am, and the same to you, Jack. So it's been an honor and a privilege, so thank you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for helping me out tonight, and thank you for always being there with us whenever you can. Thank you, Dermotron. And also everybody head on over to Dermot's channel, show him some support. He's helped me out massively tonight, and he's filled in for Dave. Basically was Dave. It was like having Dave right next to me the whole time. Thank you, Dermot.
Jack. Thank you very much. See you
All
later.
right. See you soon, brother. Bye. Have a good night. We're going to keep this rolling, though, everybody. Do keep smashing that like button. Keep getting your comments in. If you do want to stop the show at any stage, though, keep getting them in. Feel free to ask me something at the Irish Hotspur or whatever, or feel free to throw it in as super chat. It's a great way to stop the show at any stage. I'll keep my eye on the chat as well. For any member super chats, do throw those in now. I'll keep a better eye on those in case there were one from before. I apologize if I missed them, but we're going to keep this show rolling. Let's get on to Donovan here. He's here for a second week.
Yeah, I gave you my word last week, so I have to be here, man. I'm doing it. I'm working on giving my word and following through with it. So
thanks for showing up for second week of Spurs therapy, Donovan. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's okay. I showed up without glasses because my lily whites were removed and exposed this last weekend, man.
Oh, I bet you probably took those glasses off and just did one of these. I mean, multiple times, but you were just rubbing your eyes and just couldn't even imagine what you were looking at. But
yeah, I was lured into a false sense of security. I spent the night at my friend's on Friday thinking I'll skip the Spurs game, watch it back on a stream. You know, it's only Bournemouth, and had a great morning, hit the golf course, and then I accidentally opened Instagram and I saw the final result, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" After Newcastle, after Newcastle dropped it, like that was your chance. And I mean, Dr. Tottenham, right? What do you expect?
Let's start there, maybe. Actually, Donovan, that's where probably a lot of Spurs fans kind of just feel, I don't know, right? They feel dejected because it's probably how many times have we found ourselves seeing either Man United, Newcastle, whoever it may be that we've seen challenging us for top four. They drop points in a big game that we didn't expect them to, only for us to also kind of shit the bed the same weekend. And it just feels like that's where this almost was the final straw in that. Like, I feel like I don't know if I can.
I guess and no.
I can't get myself.
It's going to be typical. It's going to be like you flip that over, Jack. Like yes, it's typical Spurs fashion to slip on the banana peel, but it's also typical Spurs fashion to go out next weekend and smash Newcastle, right? So I mean,
absolutely right. Absolutely
I don't even know what this club anymore. You know, like we played like a dominant top four team for like 90% of that game. I don't understand these lapses of concentration that keep going unnoticed, and I don't know. I'm not going to come on here and speak delusional thoughts, but there are some hardcore reality facts you have to look at, and let's look at the facts here. Like, as Mr. Box Office would so say, let's look at the facts. Davinson Sanchez hasn't played a match since October, right? He hasn't played with Pedro Porro at all. Pedro Porro is getting new to the Premier League. This is his first season, you know. And yeah, Pedro Porro needs to work on his. He's just as good as going forward, but he's just as bad going back, you know. So he's got to work that part of his game.
Pedro Porro deleting this is something that doesn't make you proud, right? The fact that he deleted his social media is such a happy guy,
but
too.
But it's back up now, Jack. It's back up now. He posted a story this afternoon. Right. Yeah, so I mean, so he restored his confidence, and honestly, we're blessed having these players. It's almost like our secret weapon going into the last part of the season. These players that haven't touched any of the grass, like the Dinjumas and the Poros, right? And the who else would it be? I guess that's all we really got. But these quotes they're coming out with are absolutely magical. Like Danjuma saying how, you know, he doesn't understand why he's been playing, but every time he's on that pitch, he's going to fight for the badge, even though he's probably got 6 games left for us. Like, I mean, we need players like that. And going forward in the season, my prediction still stands. I don't think he played too horribly. He played pretty well. I feel confidence we're going to go to Newcastle and do it classic Tottenham, like complete 180. I don't know how, why, or I don't know, whatever. Just it seems to be that way. Like we beat City, you know, with the skin of our teeth. And then United, I mean, their injury, man. I looked at Instagram on their post. They got like 9 crucial injuries right of their first team. And like I don't want to be that kind of guy who like cheers on other sides' injuries because that's how you get bad karma. But the facts are that he's been heavily depleted in like in this part of the season. So like the reality is that it's still in our hands to get Europe. You know, we can win. You know, we can go out and
you and I still want to finish in Europe no matter what. I remember that conversation from last time, right?
It is half a dozen of the 6 of the other. Like I can see how you'd want to, you know, take a break off and rebuild, but I mean, you can't ignore that cash revenue, right? You can't take advantage. You can't take it for granted. Like last time we were in the Champions League, and we decided nobody decided as a fan base. We decided that, like, hey, we're going to take a year off. Well, what was it? 4 seasons, like, of Champions League-less football. Like, I mean, that's a big risk. Like, at this point of time in history, it's never going to be harder to get into the Champions League. Like, this is a one-off season, right? Like, not only Arsenal are winning the league is a one-off, but the fact that Chelsea and Liverpool are nowhere near the top 5, the top 6, is like, that's never going to happen again, right? They're gonna. You want to take a year off. What's made this
kind of strange, this top 4 race in general, is
exactly. If you
Newcastle,
want to take a couple years off to restart,
not Chelsea.
Exactly. If you want to restart and take years off, you might be putting yourself in a detriment position to, like, put yourself beyond the pack, and then you're, like, playing handicap, kind of catching up. And you're not going to be able to catch up to the likes of that those bank books that City and Newcastle and United can pay their players. And this is a moment in our season where, you know, we have to really dig deep. And let's talk about Davinson there, man. What a freaking wow.
It's almost how would you put it? It's like a psychological case study. It feels like this Davinson Sanchez situation, because you see why I was trying to explain why Spurs fans might have done that. And it was more me trying to explain why people are human, Donovan.
Yeah.
Like, people get frustrated, people get emotional, people might do things they could regret and probably take things a little too far. And I think we can try to explain away everything as to why maybe Spurs fans did what they did. But when I did hear from Ali Gold and other people that Sanchez was getting booed, like, minutes after it had happened and everything, and, like, he was just taking touches of the ball and he was getting booed, that's when it took it a little too far for me. Because me, myself, been a huge critic of Sanchez. I'd be happy to stand up there and be one of the biggest critics of Sanchez. I don't exactly have a ton of sympathy for the guy, but when I heard about that the criticism was basically, or the booing was about as much as we were booing, like, a Kurt Zuma, you know, when he was playing against us over the cat abuse and everything.
Did you watch the game?
It made me embarrassed.
Obviously, right?
Yeah, and I was there for the game. I was there booing Kurt Zuma myself. So
right.
The fact that Sanchez received something similar is embarrassing. I think it is embarrassing.
I'm glad you mentioned Alistair Gold there, because in times of crisis, like, big leaders like that, like, he's a voice of reason, right? And
he provides the context often.
Yeah, and it's like the amalgamation of everything, you know, increasing ticket prices and, you know, being one of the most expensive teams in Europe, right? Not having a manager on the touchline, losing to a relegation side. Everything the last 6 months, Daniel Levy, the 4 years he didn't spend on the transfer market, which still baffles me. You're going to let the likes of Jan Vertonghen, Toby Alderweireld, Moussa Sissoko, Moussa Dembele, Danny Rose, Kyle Walker exit your squad and not replace them with quality. Like, that is unacceptable. And you were completely right, Dave. Jack. That it all came out. It all came out as a scapegoat. It all volcanoed and amalgamated in this poor moment. And like you said,
he was a sacrificial lamb for all the other hatred that was around. Like, at the
It sucks because Davinson Sanchez was such a top prospect. I remember that game where he had Ronaldo in his pocket, and not just Ronaldo, like top Cristiano Ronaldo on his 3rd Champions League in a row, 2nd Ballon d'Or in a row, CR7 the brand at Real Madrid. He had him in his pocket, and where it went wrong, who knows? Where did it go wrong with Dele Alli? Where did it go wrong with this? My own personal hypothesis is that after the Champions League loss, we didn't handle the mental health aspect side of the game properly. I don't think we gave the players the right amount of time to talk to professionals, to talk to people, to get that off their back. Because if we did, we would have went back and we pulled a Liverpool and we would have went and won the Champions League again. Not crash out horribly and find ourselves in a managerless joke of a club we are now.
Interesting.
If I can add any silver lining to that, is the fact that the season's still in our hands. You know, we can go out and we can put inspired performances together, and whatever you want to say about the squad, whatever you want to say about the starting 11, we have one of the best forwards in his position in the world, right? We have last year's Golden Boot winner. We have a washed out World Cup winner, but he's won the World Cup in defense. We have this year's World Cup winner in our defense. So the pieces are there. Can we somehow patch this lifeboat and get to shore and hop off and see what next season has to hold? I guess we'll find out on Wednesday when Fabio Paratici's appeal, if it's a win or a loss. But Jeez, one week at a time at this point. One week at a time here, and I don't know. It's I've lost my faith in Stellini
at a time.
Yeah, I've lost my faith in Stellini, unfortunately. It's clear to see that. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. He's learning on the job. When he went and he didn't shake his hand after the match, and then went and waited at the side for him at the end of the press conference because he was calling him out nationally. I mean, that's some rookie stuff, right?
Yeah.
That just seeps down to the squad. So we have to find some sense of leadership here going forward, whether that's through an awkward, bumbling Harry Kane team speech, or if that's through Brian Mason pulling up his shorts, who knows? But all I know is that if we win against Newcastle next week, and I'm not saying we will, I'm not saying we're not, but if we win against Newcastle next week, this fan base and how quickly we turn on each other, think how quickly we'll turn in the other direction. They're going to get people coming out saying it's on and Kane's going to sign a new contract and all this. Football is so fickle. It's a 2-week game. It's a 14-day cycle, right? So we beat Newcastle and we draw against United. Their season's different. Look at Arsenal, man. They just talk about shit the bed. 2 games in a row, man. Come on.
It is a short game. It is often I feel like I agree with you. I think even look at Spurs, right? Spurs go into this season top of the moon, feeling like they can achieve everything. We find ourselves 6-7 months later and we're just in absolute despair. Everything feels like it never went the way it should have, and all
in
that.
In a lifeboat watching the ship sink like every season, But hey, the best part about it is quickly. That these last 6 seasons or 5 seasons or whatever you want to, however time metric you want to put inside it, I think Spurs came up this week, and I don't know who's running the Spurs social media accounts, but the timing it's got to be a joke at this point. Announcing Fabio Paratici's announcement the day before he gets sanctioned by FIFA, announcing Eric Dyer's contract extension after a humiliating, performance against Brighton, and now announcing, hey, guess what? You just bought a league against Bournemouth. Guess what we were doing in 2019 on this day? Winning the Champions League knockout round against Manchester City.
Yeah, that was
City.
A shocking comment. That was they're so. I think we found out, or at least from what I've heard, I don't even know if their social media page is actually run by them. I think it's run by some sort of social.
Yeah, knowing
media.
Levy, he's paying some college kid in Oxford like chump change just to cut dollars, man. The point is though, is that as much as our joke of our club and the decisions have been, could be a lot worse. We could be having a Chelsea right now. I don't see them fixing their ship anytime soon. We could be having a delusional Klopp losing the rest of his marbles, right? We could be having a out of touch of reality West Ham, man. Like, I don't understand West Ham fans. Like, I just don't understand them, like the pride they have in their club, right? So it always could be worse. And I don't want to have a go with anyone because, hey, you're allowed to your opinion. But the idiots and the morons that say, I wish, we're playing at a championship level. We're playing at a non-league level. Oh, we could have non-league players in our team, or we could have this. We're a top 6 club, okay? We're not 15th. We're not 17th. We're not in relegation. The standard of quality is not the problem. It's the mental side of the game. It's been quoted over and over again, certain members, I'm not going to say their names because I don't want to cause anything, but there's been quoted that certain members of our backline have the elite skills to be the best in their position. Well, what's messing them up? The developmental cycle of their psychology, man. And going forward, we have to revamp everything. You talk about bringing old players into the club. Martin Yole, what a word. What a guy with his words. He was before my era. He was before my time, but he was part of a time when Tottenham were serial winners and candidates, man, and taking his club to the pinnacle and starting that journey. get people like him on the board. Get people that want to make decisions, not the, even though he's a good player and whatever, not the yes man Michael Dawson, right? That wants the perks of being an ambassador, not the people coming here just to use us for the coaching badges. We want people that bleed Tottenham to make our decisions. And if we can somehow integrate that going forward, then I think we're taking the right steps.
Yeah, I think what we need, Donovan, is some sense of somebody is taking over that isn't Daniel Levy that can somehow lead us in the right direction, whether it be a Scott Munn making the right decisions, pointing us in the right direction, whether it be a young and hungry manager that points us in the right direction. I think we need somebody that Spurs fans can feel like they can put their faith into that can get us out of this mess. Because at the end of the day, we need to trust somebody. We can't just sit and moan and sit and cry and continue to forever be in this mess. We need to probably, as a fan base, put our faith in at least somebody that we think could get us out of this. And I think
who are they chanting every week now? Who are they chanting every week now? And this week it was a full stadium. Like there was no the Brighton game. You like had to pause and listen. You're like, are they chanting that? But no, this last game there was no ignoring it. You know, he's magic. You know, and if the people at the home games are chanting that, then Daniel Levy's listening. And I think he posted some cheeky Instagram post after of him just sitting there, just chilling, you know, waiting for the offer. If he doesn't have a contract and he's not attached to any club, why not go for the man? He can't be any worse than we have now. But you can tell that the club, if Daniel Levy is the club, hasn't given up or abandoned the 5-2-3. And they still feel like that is our best way going forward, at least to end the season. So, I mean, if that's the way to go, then we plug in our positions and we play. If not, then we're trying to scramble to a 4-2-3-1 or some new formation, some new upheaval. At that point, you have to write the season off because you're not going to get results. So, if we lose against Newcastle, let's clean the helm. But let's have a different conversation. But if I'm predicting a win against Newcastle personally, call me deluded, call me whatever you want. The point is that, I mean, it's Tottenham. Like, how long have I been watching it?
You don't know what's going to happen. I think you're right.
Like, don't come at me. Come at the results, right? So, I think we'll be talking in a completely different light next week. That's why I'm kind of just taking it as it is, not being too reactionary. But I learned a lesson personally because that was the first time I've ever seen that happen, and it was heartbreaking watching Davinson Sanchez go back to the bench. And say whatever you want about the guy, the human aspect of the game. To see a grown man reduced to tears by his own fans, come on, like, and then him giving the shake of, oh, okay, I see how it is here. I wouldn't blame the guy if he never put the shirt on again.
Like I said, this is coming from somebody who will raise his hand and say he's a flawed person and probably would have found himself booing the players as well as Sanchez after that goal was conceded. But to find out that minutes later he was being booed, to find out that every touch he was taking after that he was being booed, just takes it too far for me. And that's somebody who will admit that I would have probably found myself booing that squad and booing Sanchez and whatever.
Boo the team, not the player, though, right?
It is more the team, but it's just more, I think that's when you are completely isolating somebody. Like if you are booing the player, like I said, booing the player as if it was Kurt Zuma in that West Ham game I'd been to. Go for it. That's just way too far. It's just so far. And it's your own player, like you had said.
Do you think that's our karma, Jeff? Do you think that's our karma for going too far with the cat kicking?
No, I think we're developing a bad culture right now, Donovan, and we're developing a bad habit of. I think we're developing a booing culture, and we're developing a bad habit of booing. And I think it's more systemic.
It sucks because I find like you said, I hand up and I yell at the TV all the time. Like his first pass to Pedro Porro. Three people around him, and the touch to him was he was bobbling it, putting it between his legs and passing. Of course, I'm yelling at the TV, but then once it started happening, it's like, oh shit, like it's actually happening, and that's a bad luck. Looks horrible. So let's not do that anymore, guys. Let's you know.
I think this team, Donovan, I don't blame Sanchez for being checked out. I don't blame for a lot of the players being checked out. I don't blame them. I don't blame the fans, though, for the way that they've also, for them making maybe that mistake. I think they made a mistake in going after Sanchez in the way that they did. But I don't know, to say that it came out of nowhere or anything like that is completely untrue. Like, it definitely came, there's some reasoning for why it manifested itself in that way. Whether it was right or wrong, absolutely was wrong in my books, but there was a reason why it happened.
Wrong person, wrong place or something.
There was a reason why it happened.
Bad timing. And, I hope the guy well. I mean, he'll find his level. He'll move on and he'll be a top-class center back for the club he needs to be at. And unfortunately, there's well, who knows? Maybe you have a manager that comes in and unlocks him. There's a player in there, but there's too many Tottenham players that aren't, like you said, that aren't playing right now. They're so relaxed or on the beach, either if that's losing faith in tactics or losing their bonus or who knows what it is. But we need to rotate the squad. We need to bring in Dan Juma. We need to bring in Richarlison. We need to light a fire under that Ginger's butt, because I don't know what the hell is happening with Dejan Kulusevski right now. None of his shots have any conviction. He's looking a shadow of his own self. And we really need to take a look deep down inside, and as fans as well, and really remember why we support this club and why we love this game. Because, I'm
with you.
We're at a crossroads moment now, Jack.
I think that's well said. I think we're reaching some stages where we need to remind ourselves it's just football. And we also need to remind ourselves that also, like we had from that AC Milan supporter from earlier, like there is a light at the end of the tunnel. That guy saw an elite club go to the very depths of mediocrity. All of a sudden, now they're back where they sort of once were. Like, it is possible for the greatest of clubs, the most elite clubs, to fall from the highest of heights.
Yeah, basically, like one of my things I was going to say is that nothing to go against any Tottenham fans of the past, but it's like, let's be realistic. Are we, as a club, not kind of shit on Tottenham now, but as a club, are we as prestigious as winning as Real Madrid or the AC Milans or the Inters? You could argue probably not. So that club, when they're in failure, can rely on their history and their heritage and dig deep and figure out where winning comes from. We're starting from the ground up. When Daniel Levy took over, we weren't winners. And when you have to learn how to win, it starts from everybody, from the kit man right to the tea lady, right to the fan who sits in Rosette, and we learned something on Wednesday or whatever day it was, like that's not what winners do, and how, we're learning a process here.
We're learning as a fan base in these moments too, and that's where I am embarrassed by maybe what's happened on Sunday or on Saturday, but I also I'm not going to really dig into the fans too much, because I can actually see maybe why it happened. I can see how it led to that. I can see how
Jack,
it led to that.
You're too kind. You're a politician. I don't care. I'll give it to anyone, man. Like I'll even go as far as deep as saying how like the North American schools test higher than England, man. Like, come on, let's get smart here and let's actually realize what the problem is, man. Like, both sides of the coin. Daniel Levy makes mistakes, but come on, look at the man in the mirror, right? And let's look at the lily white on our chest, because that's the only thing that matters here. Not arguing with the guy who sits across from you because you don't believe in the same player. Come on, it's the same club, it's the same chest on our chest,
Yeah, I mean, we're all trying to get after the same thing, which is just getting us back on the right track. Whether we go about it different ways is another thing, but we all want.
But you heard it here first. We're beating Newcastle next week, then.
We all want the same thing, and we know we're beating Newcastle next week. Exactly right, Daniel. Or Donovan, sorry. Great call, though. Donovan, thanks for coming back for my second week of therapy with you. I promise Dave will hopefully be back for the next one, because he deserves
Dermot hit the hills. Dermot's
I've been enjoying it
just
you and me. I've been enjoying it just you and me. It's been nice.
Let's go, man. Good chat.
All right. Well, thanks for your patience too, Donovan. I do appreciate it. And
no problem, Jared.
All right, see ya. Or Jake. I get Jake all the time. Exactly. Thank you, my man. Thank you. See you soon, Donovan. Have a good night. Good call that was. He's a good one, Donovan is. He's a good one. Another person that we're going to move on to, and it is someone that I'm actually really looking forward to his chat on this, and he's been waiting very, very patiently, and I think he's going to have some good things to say on this. Whether you agree with him or not, I'm actually very curious what Brad has to say on all this. But Brad, I'm going to bring you on next. You're next in the queue, my friend. Hey, Brad.
Hello. That was a very interesting conversation with Donovan. Then
I like Donovan.
Yeah, very, very interesting. It's good to get other points of view on things like mentality and that sort of thing. But well, that's my comment there.
It's a social experiment, this whole Sanchez thing, I think, Brad. If it's like a psychological experiment with humans of like, what's your breaking point? When do you behave? Maybe when do you do something you might regret? Because that's what I have said, right? It's like knowing me myself. I'm just going to get it started on this point. Is like, if I were next to you, Brad, in the stadium, I would have booed the moment that goal was conceded. I know I would have. I would have been frustrated. I would have been angry. But to find out from Ali Gold that he was being booed minutes later after each touch he was taking, that's when I thought, I don't know if I would have done that. That's too far.
Let me just give you three things that I've done whilst supporting Spurs. At Wembley, when the final whistle went against Manchester United, we lost 1-0. We didn't deserve to lose 1-0. I basically kicked the shit out of the chair in front of me. Right?
Yeah.
I think Rudiger, who's not my favourite player in the world, let's be honest.
Oh no, he's definitely pissed off.
He scored against us for Chelsea, and he was celebrating down in front of me. And I called him the C word. I didn't call him. Wasn't racist. I just you're such a just really it just came out. I just couldn't help myself. And I can't remember what the third incident was, but I had my moments where it comes out. My rubbish bin in my kitchen has got dents in it because I might be washing up a fork and I'm about to put it in to dry and it drops on the floor and I have to wash it up again. Like, for fuck's sake, I kicked the bin. So I had my breaking point. That said, I've never booed a player. Never booed a player. I've never booed the team for that matter.
Interesting.
When Sanchez came on Saturday, and let's be honest, it's because Longley was injured. Longley was limping about 5 minutes before. And he obviously had something wrong because he came off straight away. I personally would have brought Tanganga on because I like everyone around me went, oh no, Sanchez is on. Oh no. So he was doomed from the start. As soon as he walked on the pitch, he was doomed from the start.
No.
But I will always give a player a chance when he comes on. I will always encourage him if I can. But he was doomed from the start. And you're right. That mistake, it wasn't even his fault, that first goal. He basically passed it out to Porro. Porro had loads of time to get rid of it, and he lost the ball. Then the bloke got by Sanchez rather easily. And I thought Lloris was at fault personally as well for that goal. I thought he came out too quickly on the floor and the guy scored. So from that moment, the boo started. And you're right, Jack. When he went near the ball, they started to boo him. And that's just,
even for someone who like Brad, I held my hand up and I was like, I know I'm a flawed person. I know it's not something I'm proud of that I would react that way. But to then know and accept that I would behave in a way that I don't think is acceptable, but then see that it was taken even further than that. Where it was like really isolating a guy, like really picking out a guy in particular. And it felt too far.
It was like, well, I mean, supporter, the key word there is support. How is that going to help him? How is he going to play better if we start booing as he gets near the ball? How is that going to? How does that work? If someone knows, please tell me. If there's some psychologist out there that knows how that works, tell me. But you had the guy in front of me, and look, he didn't say this, but he was criticising everything Sanchez done. Like, oh, you're running you're not running properly. Oh, your shirt is on wrong. He didn't say that. Let me get that straight. He didn't say that. But you had the sense that people, and I've had people say that they pick on things, and they're not. Sanchez actually made a really good interception a little bit after that, and I went, oh, well done, well done. Not a word from the crowd, So you have all that. Now, I have to respectfully disagree with Jerome earlier. Who said the booing caused the change. It didn't. First of all, he got brought on because of the injury. He got taken off because they went to a back four, which we've all been calling for. Please go to a back four. We needed to because I think we were 2-1 down at the time. We had to go to a back four. We had to attack them. So that's why Sanchez got brought off. It was a tactical decision, which Stellini actually said in the press conference. So the crowd booing didn't get the result that they all supposedly wanted. And the other thing is, what do you do? What do you do when, trying to get a player taken off because you're booing? Isn't that similar to like when your child wants an ice cream or a chocolate bar and you won't get it to him, and he goes into a tantrum, and eventually you give it to him? It's like, it's like the crowd, some of the crowd are like spoiled brats.
Yeah. Do you think that Stellini then made the mistake?
It's look. Let me just add to this. They've got every right to boo. That they pay the money. They've got every right to. I just don't think it's right. But as I said earlier, you're right to. You have having the right to do something doesn't mean you've got the right.
I liked that distinction.
It's different from being right or wrong. Okay, so the other thing is, and this is, I was on Chris's show earlier. This is like the hippie old bloke side of me coming out.
I have it too.
This is a human being we're talking about. Someone said, "Oh, we were." I think, and again, look, respectfully, I disagree with Jerome on this one. He said, "Well, we're booing the footballer, not the human being." Well, the footballer is the human being. He's not a robot when he's out there playing football. Now, Sanchez has got a young son. Okay, I think it's a young son. I could be wrong. I think he's only just recently been born, so he's not old enough. He won't remember this part of his life. What if he had a young son or daughter that was 4 or 5 years old and his wife in the crowd at that time? How's that going to affect them? Why are they booing Daddy? Why is Daddy upset? It's horrible. It's really, really horrible. I just really do not like it. Look, boo the team. Yeah. Will they come off? Not. I don't personally do it, but when the coach team off, yeah, you're doing it as a collective thing. You're saying we're not satisfied with this performance. But when you get onto individuals, and let's face it, Dara's made a load of mistakes this season. We don't boo him.
Yeah, this has been brought up in the chat a lot. This has been brought up in the chat a lot.
Missed the penalty. We didn't boo him. Rickarlison missed that shot, that header at the end. Don't boo him. And the other thing about it's awful. The defense was awful, and let's face it. And Sanchez wasn't even on the pitch. Rickarlison probably should have scored that goal, and if that goes in, we win the game 3-2.
Perisic, I thought, had a glorious chance too.
Exactly. The fact was, they didn't actually score on the break. They scored from a goal kick. They actually took a goal kick. It wasn't us attacking them and losing the ball and they break and score. We missed the chance. We reset. They took the goal kick. They went up the pitch, did a couple of moves, and they scored from there. So, it wasn't on the break. It wasn't, it was just one of those things. And if that header goes in, then we're not having this conversation. But it was a poor.
I appreciate the distinction you made between something that you have the right to do versus something that still is inevitably wrong, because that's what I think. I think I said that in a different manner, but I think that's a better way to put it, actually, Brad, because what I was saying is like, listen, I would acknowledge that I probably would behave out of character, and I probably would behave in a way where it's like, yes, I have the right to behave that way, but I myself know it is wrong to behave that way. Like I said to you, it's like, I know in some of those instances, I can't say I wouldn't boo, right? But then it's like me, myself, it's like, I know that's wrong. It's like, I know that's unhelpful. I know that's unproductive. I know all the things that are wrong that are associated with that. And so then it is like, I like that distinction of like what you have the right to do versus like what is essentially wrong. Like you have the right to boo somebody, but you should also realize it's not helpful.
As you said earlier, supporters and fans are human too. So
they'll make a mistake.
Yeah, they have human. Maybe some of them went home that night and thought, actually, I should have done that. It wasn't helpful.
That would be me. I think I would have been one of those people.
And that's fair. That's a very fair point. A very fair point. But it's and the other thing. Look, there's a very good. If you watch Ali Gold's latest one, which I think Donovan brought up. It's an hour and a half long. It's one of his long ones, but there is a special bit where he talks about the Sanchez booing. And really, that's rather than me waffling on about it, that he sums up pretty much how I feel about it. And it's this other excuse that's just wheeled out every time. Oh, he's a millionaire. He'll go back to his mansion. He's okay. Well, no, it doesn't work that way. Wealth does not equate to how you feel mentally, happy or sad. Admittedly, it helps. Don't get me wrong, it helps. But no, you can't wield that excuse. He's gone home to his young family. He must be so distraught, and that's just not right. And for the sake of making one or two errors, we lose a football match. He's not, as you said earlier, it's not like I can see like when Nonobelli came off really, really slowly. when he got substituted against Morecambe in the cup. Yeah, that's wrong, and that's you can justify booing there because you're saying, no, get off pitch, that sort of thing. You know, Gali, a player called Gali, threw his shirt off when he got substituted. You know, that's disrespecting the club. So there, you've got some sort of reason there. But when a player who, and I don't think there are many players. I think the club players, I mean, they are giving it their all. You know, and I think Sanchez is one of them. I think he just try his best. And let's face it, he probably should have been sold a couple of seasons ago. But he's doing his best. He's not going out there on purpose to make errors. Well, none of them are really. You know, so yeah, it's not helpful. And I probably said as much as I want to say on the subject because it's
no, it's all right. Maybe last question.
And to actually, before I forget, I've got two things. I think me and David had a bit of conversation in the chat WhatsApp group about being booed at work, and you know, it's not the same as playing football. Well, the only thing I would say to that is, if you go outside in the street, you wouldn't people to boo you, would you? If you're walking down the street and people going boo, you know, if you start talking now and I start going boo, you know, it's not right. It's not right. But the other thing I forgot to mention, I didn't see the early part of the show. Is what's it? Something happened with David's family or something?
No, just David's sister has been taken into hospital, and so I think it's just keep. You know, I think David's just, you know, outside of Spurs, just Dave has, you know, stuff going on with, you know.
Oh, okay. Well, pass on my regards to him. I'll send a WhatsApp message to him tomorrow.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, Brad. It's nothing. It's just how it is, you know. Just I think family. Just his sister is not in the best health at this moment in stage, but she just has an important operation today, and so
hopefully that will go well and everything will sort itself out. I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you for saying that, Brad. And also, a lot of people have brought that up. I'm very, very touched that people have thought of him and remembered him.
And again, it just shows you that football is at the end of the day is not, you know, as important as we sometimes like to think it is, you know.
It's also why we keep asking ourselves, right, Brad, each and every time. It's like, outside of Spurs, you know, how are you doing? Because right now, right, Spurs aren't, you know, helping you distract yourself from a lot of things.
Well, probably making it worse. It is a strange situation with football and mental health, because it does give you, certainly for me, it does give you a bit of like if Tottenham are doing well under Pochettino, if Tottenham are doing well, I'd walk down the street, you know, feeling proud. You know, I support Tottenham. So did you support Tottenham? Yeah, I support Tottenham. You know, and now it's like, I'll support Tottenham a bit sheepishly, sort of thing. So it does make you feel a lot better when you do it, sort of thing. But it's.
I agree with what Daniel actually said earlier, where he said he actually would have been checked out of the season had he not had this community and everything and all these friends, like, you know, and the IrishHotspur and everything. Because
this
like, what's the point of he was like, if I didn't know all these people, he was like, I think I would have stopped watching, you know, by this stage. And it's like, I think I would have.
I as people know, I live. I'm single and live alone. And one of the worst things about living alone is when you see something happen that's really, really wow. Like, it could be anything. Could be a documentary on bloody space, and you go, oh wow, and did you? And there's no one to talk to about it. Did you see that? Did you? And there's no one there. Whereas on this community, we can all talk about the football night and say, oh, when I was at the game, this happened or that happened or whatever, and that. So you get an aspect about it. But I have to say, it's interesting the way our season's going, because we supposedly had all these games that were games we should win, so we could have a nice little cushion going into the Newcastle, Man United and Liverpool games. And what's happened, we've lost at Leicester, we've lost at Wolves, drew at Southampton, Everton, lost against Bournemouth. We somehow beat Brighton, but then we beat Brighton because VAR saved us. So, you know, and it's just, it's a nice.
To say that top four wasn't achievable is a lie. It was achievable. We had a huge run of games, Brad. A huge run of games. Even had winnable games.
Even under Stellini playing the same tactics, it was achievable. But unfortunately, at the moment, it's not looking that way. And as I said, you know, we've just played a team struggling against relegation at home and conceded 3 goals to them. You know, and so it's not good. And we still seem like the away team at the moment when we play at home, and that's just not good. So hopefully that will change when the new manager, whoever he is, comes in. Do you want to mention Dermot's?
I was gonna. Sure, I'm enjoying this though, Brad, and I knew that you would have a lot of good things to say on Sanchez. THFC till I die. Dermatron here saying, I see one day we'll be back again. We are the Spurs who will rise, who will win things again. We need the soul of Bill Nick. Thank you for all that you do. Come on, you Spurs. And then Dermatron also gifted a membership to the IrishHotspur. The IrishHotspur. Come on and have your say this Friday if you want to come on, my man. I'll be there. At least I know I'll be there. So if you want to chat with me, feel free. Friday will be the next fan show for you, my friend. Thanks to Dermot's generosity. But Dermot, I'm going to connect this back to that AC Milan supporter that was in here earlier with what you have said. Brad, this AC Milan supporter, who's very kind to send in a few super chats, was saying basically how he had seen his own club go from the tops of, being AC Milan to then going into pretty much what was mediocrity. Like they were like in the mid-table for quite a time period. And then now all of a sudden they're winning Serie A last season, competing potentially for a Champions League semifinal and all that. It does show that even the biggest can fall, but they also can rise again. Kind of like how Dermot will say.
We're not. I think the problem we have is that we've got to places where we could have kicked on and we haven't.
Correct.
I think the biggest mistake that we ever made, or Enoch ever made, was sacking Pochettino without backing him, or not backing him, then sacking him. Yeah. Because I'm sure that he would have got another team together. He was talking his big not mate, that's not the right word. Hero was Alex Ferguson. What did Alex Ferguson do? He built teams up, then he rebuilt them and rebuilt them and rebuilt them. And that's what Pochettino had in mind. And I'm sure that if we'd have backed him and not sacked him, then we will be competing with Arsenal and Man City this season. I think he would have built another team. You only have to look at the defence we had. I looked at the stats. How many goals we conceded this season? What, 46, 47?
I think we're the fifth or sixth most goals conceded in the league.
Yeah. In 2017, the last season at White Hart Lane, we conceded 26 goals. So we've conceded over twice as many goals in less games this season. Those 26 goals we conceded was with two centre-backs, Alderweireld and Vertonghen, who at their day were two of the best in the league. And what have we done? We haven't replaced them. All right, you could argue we replaced one of them with Romero. I still think could be a really, really good defender. He's got faults, but he's going to be good. But we haven't replaced them. You look when we beat Liverpool 4-1 at Wembley in a league game, and then they had Lovren, I think, and I can't remember who the goalkeeper was. They went out and spent, what was it, 120, 130 million pound or whatever it was on Virgil van Dijk and Alisson. So it doesn't take too much to change things, and I think. If we can get a decent goalkeeper in, because Lloris, let's face it, he's on his downward spiral now. We've replaced Lloris and a decent centre back to play alongside Romero, because I'm presuming that whoever we get in as a new manager is probably going to play four at the back. Obviously, we're going to have a problem with who are our fullbacks then, because I think Porro can't play as a right back. And I can't remember who made the point about Gareth Bale. Because Gareth Bale started off as a left back and he
went to left wing back.
Yeah. It might have actually been on the other show I was on earlier today, but yeah, someone made the point that
I was talking earlier about Sonny versus Gareth Bale. So
Gareth Bale was as a left back, and in the end, Harry Redknapp, funny enough, said, "Oh no, you're not a left back. You're going to play left wing," and that you could. Maybe the same thing could happen with Porro. I think attacking wise, he's a decent player, but he can't defend as a fullback. If you've got three decent centre backs there. And the two central midfielders that can fall back, and then you maybe don't have to defend as much. But I think there's a decent player there. But I think you probably have to push him further forward and get a decent right back in. Who knows? Could be what's the name? Could be Emerson. I don't know enough about Dogi to know whether he can play as a left fullback. I know he's a left wing back with Udinese, but I don't know whether he can play as a left back. Because don't forget. Walker and Rose were two of the best attacking fullbacks in the league, and they're good defensive as well. So it can be done. So we'll have to see when the manager comes in, whoever that. I could say he or she might be. So,
and also what I would say is that person's going to have, definitely some interesting decisions to make in the fullback department about whether they're willing to make it work with those guys who, like you said, are very attacking heavy, but question marks over their defensive skills. Yeah. Dermatron. Yeah. I hope we rise again, but if anybody's going to keep the faith to rise again, it certainly will be you. It certainly will be you, Dermot.
And I'd like to make a point about Pochettino. I've said it on this show before that I know in my mind that it wouldn't be right for him to come back because he's going to have the same owners, only a couple of the same players. So I know in my mind it's not right for him to come back now, and it will be wrong. But in my heart of hearts, if he came back, I wouldn't. I think that'd be good in my heart. Looking at it from that point of view, and we seem to. I think people seem to be rewriting history with Pochettino at the moment, because all I hear now is, "Oh, we didn't win anything." Oh, everyone goes on about Pochettino didn't win anything. Well, let me tell you, I've been watching Spurs certainly since I became a season ticket holder in 1995, I think it was. But I've been supporting Spurs for all my life for 60 odd years now. No, not 60 odd years. That makes me older, doesn't it? 55 years, let's say. And when I was a season ticket in 1995, so I've only seen Tottenham challenge for the title twice in my life as a paying supporter going to the games, and that was under Pochettino. We also got to cut semi-finals. We got to 2 finals, Champions League final. Even the great double-winning team couldn't get to a Champions League final, or what used to be European Cup in those days. So, yeah, he didn't win anything, but he got us into those areas where Champions League football was considered a consolation. And that's where you have to aim. You have to aim that high. So I think people tend to be rewriting history by saying, "Oh, he didn't win anything. No, he's not that good." No, he was. He got this club into a really good place. Unfortunately, they didn't back him when they should have done, and they ended up, and it all went, unsurprisingly, went crap, and they ended up sacking him. And then I think
it's more revisionist to say it in that sort of way, to say, "Oh, we didn't win anything," in some sort of smug tone. I think that's more revisionist than the other way around.
And again, he built that team up. He built, and I think we had his first team had the 2 defensive midfielders. I can't remember the name. The guy started with a B.
Wanyama, Sandro.
I can't remember who they were, but he actually, for the first 2 or 3 seasons...
Bentaleb and Mason.
Bentaleb. Right? Yeah, Bentaleb and Mason. I can't remember the other one was. But he replaced them every season. So we improved every season. And then we ended up with Dembele and Wanyama, and it was I mean, we even had Dyer playing pretty well as a defensive midfielder. Then he was replaced. We had Dembele and Wanyama. So he built that team up, so he can do that again. But unfortunately, I'm not so sure that he'll be backed. I'm not so sure any of the managers will be backed as much as we want them to be. I hope we don't go for Enrique, not because I don't think he's a good coach, but because we've gone down that path before. We've gone down the winner's path. We've gone down Mourinho, Conte. Why would we go for Enrique? Why is it going to be any different under Enrique? It didn't work under the other 2. We've got to get in the project manager. That's a horrible word. I don't like project manager. We've got to get in that sort of place and in to start rebuilding this team. Unfortunately, I think the whole club needs rebuilding from and we got to start at the top. I think Enoch and Daniel Levy have taken us as far as they can. We need something fresh up there. And people say, "Oh, you best the devil you need, but devil you know." Well, after 22 years, I think you have to start taking a chance and say, "Well, let's try something," because what's happening now certainly isn't good. So I think we need a new director of football, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, they're getting a new scouting network in place. So I always say Greta Thunberg, but it's Greta Steinson, whatever his name is. We'll get those people. We've got those people in place. So fair enough. Yeah, we've got to give them time. We can't sort of say they're not doing it but the other part of it, we need to start. So whether that is someone like Arne Slot, who could be the new, maybe he's like Ten Hag. No one knew who Ten Hag was. He's doing pretty well. No one really knew who Pochettino was. He'd done so pretty well with Southampton, So I hope it's not. The only thing I'll say about Brendan Rodgers is that he's been with big clubs before. He's been at Celtic. He's been at Liverpool. But for Steven Gerrard, slipping over, he might have won the title with Liverpool. So yeah, but I'm not saying I want Brendan Rodgers, but I'm saying there are positives to him coming in. But
I think it's actually a bit, as much as Brendan Rodgers isn't my favorite of the choices, I think there's a bit of revisionist history too with Brendan Rodgers. All of a sudden, everybody's made him out to be like some idiot and everything. It's like I think he's proven to be quite competent, at a lot of stages. What's more actually a question mark about him is why is it that his teams do so well for 3 quarters of the season?
Well, exactly. He's only going to get sacked by Levy, isn't he? So
that's my own real criticism of Brendan Rodgers.
I don't
just why does that keep happening?
I don't know where Paul Beatty's around, but I would even say yes to Agala Cougar, whatever his name is. As I said, I don't know if I said it last week. We've got the manager of football, or whatever he's called. He's Australian, an Australian coach, and we got a player called Skippy. So there you go. Writing's on the wall.
Exactly
so,
right.
Yeah, it's I really at the moment I'm not. There's no one manager I thought, I really want him. I'd love it if Pochettino came back just for that romantic part of it. But if we went for Nagelsmann, or I imagine Nagelsmann probably go to Chelsea, and why wouldn't he? They're going to give him the resources he needs. But yeah, I'm really not really that bothered about who we're getting at the moment. There's no one I really, really, really want. To quote the Spice Girls, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. As for Europe, if we're in Europe, fine. If we're not, fine. I don't
lost
really
the love
care.
for it.
Yeah, I don't really care. It's I just hope we take at least one of the cup competitions seriously next season and go for it.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of where I just think about it. Brad is just one of the competitions I want us to take seriously, and maybe sometimes the more competitions, the better chance one of them you take seriously, but also maybe just could be one competition too many, and then it ends up being more of a distraction than it is actually a benefit. So it's a tough one. And also what I would say too with Pochettino, just my last thing I would say is the reason why I actually am leaning towards Pochettino is because he's one of the guys in the list who has proven to have taken Spurs from a bad position, or once was a rebuilding position, and proved to be quite successful with it, and showed that he could take it to what seemed to be point A to point B, right? He led us from one stage, delivered us to a different stage, to where we looked a lot better than he left the position in a better place than he once found it after inheriting a bad position. So it's like that.
And he was actually quite ruthless as well.
Correct.
He got rid of a lot of players that wouldn't fit in with his system. Players like Andros Townsend. He said, "No, you're not fitting in my system. Bye bye." He was the one that said, "No, Dyer's not a centre half." He actually converted Dyer into a defensive midfielder. So so I think he was quite ruthless when he wanted to be.
I agree with you.
It's just the current owners that worry me, and and I think with the board and that, I think you need to have. I think the board needs a supporters representative on there, and it needs the next player on there, something like that. And very good point actually. Someone made about having director of football or someone like Harry Redknapp. I think Harry Redknapp might have been director of football at West Ham.
I wouldn't know actually. But
I think because they call that moving upstairs, don't they? When you move from being the manager coach to director of football. I'm not so sure I'd go with Harry Redknapp as the director of football, but I think the idea of having someone.
I like the idea and principle of having either former employees of Spurs, or even just people who've been successful with Spurs in the past being employed by the club. I think that can't be a bad thing.
No, exactly. So, but
any other topics that I didn't get to let you talk about though?
No, I think it's interesting with the situation with Levy and that. There was louder chants of we want Levy out on Saturday. It still is emanated and mainly from the South Stand. I tend to purposely, I don't shout it out myself because I try and get the reaction from where I'm sitting. And against Brighton, there was one or two people.
Yeah, I remember you said that.
Yeah, but I didn't hear anyone on Saturday. Now, actually, Gareth made a really good point on Twitter. He said that it's all very well shouted. They always shout it. It's all very well shouted. We want Levy out when we're losing. If you want more impact, you start shouting out when we're winning or we're drawing. Then it will probably have a bit more impact. But I think there's talk about, do we not go to the Man United game? Do we, but I don't think people will do that. I think people need to do something that they can do without sacrificing that, going to the game. So someone actually brought, I think my old schoolmate Kevin said that Real Madrid, they apparently wave white hankies. So that's quite a thing that doesn't cost anything. You get to see the match still, It's really easy, So I don't know, something like that. But yeah, we need to do so. We need to at least try and do something. Hopefully it gets through to the board, and they I don't know. It's just it's see what they do, and they must know for the first time. Surely they must know it's pretty crap at the moment, So we shall see.
I hope in some way they've listened to somebody this weekend, whether it be Levy out chance, whether it be some of the frustration that was vented towards the players. Maybe they realized that it was actually more like a greater frustration, and they realized it was actually also them included. Just you hope that this whole weekend of just what was it not a good weekend has maybe some sort of some sort of benefit.
Well,
you hope that there's some sort of lotus flower, I guess. Out of
it. I don't share Donovan's optimism for Sunday, but I hope he's right. Don't get me wrong. I'd like to see. I know it won't happen. I think we'll probably go with the same 11, barring injuries. Obviously, I think that I'd like to see Danjuma get a game. He hasn't had a start yet. He's played in 5 games. He's had about 90 minutes of football, and he scored 2 goals. So so it's not bad. So why not give him a game? Why not say, because we're certainly not, we certainly won't know if we want to sign him at the end of the season unless we give him some games. So let's, and he gets the crowd going as well. He was going like this when we got the goal.
I loved that.
He shows that sort of enthusiasm, which I like. So give him a go.
I hope we get to see more of him on the pitch than we have on the Spurs YouTube channel, because at the moment he has more minutes on the Spurs YouTube channel than he does even then. So, but Brad, appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me company. I knew that I would have a good chat with you, especially on just the whole psychology of this. I think it was like a social experiment, this whole Sanchez thing. Like it really was like an interesting
it wasn't pleasant, but we're all humans, including Sanchez, including the supporters who booed. So
worth talking about. Like it still is, because it just, you dive deeper into where we're coming from, why it happened, where it was wrong, and things like that. I think it's interesting to talk about. Maybe some people don't like it.
Interesting. Interestingly, I haven't heard from anyone, or not many, that have said, I booed because of this. Everyone that I've spoken to or seen on Twitter said, it wasn't right. So certainly the people around me where I sit at the ground will say, no, that's not right. So
I've even said that I probably would have found myself booing at some stage, but I know it's not right. Like I just know it's wrong. It's like it's like something is like, what is it? Like a bad habit. It's like a bad habit. Like, it's wrong. Like of yours, it's like smoking or something. It's not good for you. It's not good for you.
Yeah, I do a lot of things. I think I really do that.
Like that. Like booing, I genuinely see booing that way. It's like where it's like it's a great release, but it's not actually good for me. It's not actually good for me or for anybody else. So.
Yeah, I'll just have one beer, then 7 or 8 later, you think,
I'm glad you understood that reference. I'm glad you did. But Brad, appreciate you keeping company. Like I said, I'm putting in your channel now. Now people actually hit that link now. Now you can hit it. Now you can show them some support. I watched also Surfing Through the Universe as well. Or
Surfing in Outer Space.
Surfing in Outer Space. Yes. I caught it the other day actually as well. It popped up on my YouTube feed. So the YouTube algorithm.
Right. There you go.
I loved your I forget what turtleneck you're wearing, but I love that turtleneck you kind of had.
It's actually a Star Trek top from, I think, the original series.
Nice.
We had a science fiction was the theme of a Christmas party we had at Sega, and I went as many people did, went as someone from Star Trek. So I thought, it's not a bad top. I might as well use it. So yeah, the old Surfing in Outer Space thing, because I couldn't think of a song to write that week, to be honest. So I thought, I'll do an instrumental. And that's the thing. Like that was a lot of fun, bit of a laugh. Last song it's very dark. It's about dark days and aging and that sort of thing. So I try and vary it. This song, I'm hoping this week's song will be a bit more up tempo, aggressive, and sort of in your face. But yeah, Blue Sofa Songs on YouTube, or as you can see there, AB Sofa Songs on Twitter. But it is funny actually, because it's a bit of an aside here, because my Blue Sofa Songs account is different from my Brad Matthews account on YouTube. So I watch YouTube on Brad Matthews. Yeah. So of course I subscribe to myself, and then I put it on notifications, so it comes up and I watch it. So of course I watch all my songs. I'm like, watch another one. So it comes up in the recommendations now, and because I watch a lot of music videos, it comes up with like rock, and it's so funny because they come up with rock, and there's like my picture there. So I mean, brilliant. And the other thing was, a few weeks ago, apparently I'm now classic rock.
Oh, You surprised yourself. You're like, didn't know. Didn't know I made it. Didn't know I made a genre change. I had no idea. Exactly.
So it's funny, but it's frustrating. It's stressful, but I do enjoy doing it. So if everyone gets over there, it's all a lot of personal stuff on there, a bit of politics, bit of fun as well. Depending on what mood I'm in. But yeah, it's if you want to see, it's all done by me. All the lyrics, all the music's done by me. I've now bought myself a MIDI keyboard, so you might hear some keyboards on future songs and strings and brass sections, whatever I can get out of it. So yeah, it's still something. So yeah, if you could do that,
nice.
Thanks for giving me the chance to opportunity to publicize it.
I'm glad the algorithm helped me out, because I love when I get to see like one of your videos, Dermot's videos, whoever it may be.
I know,
And it's like, no, but it's before like anything. It's like the first thing that pops up. It's like the best thing, because that's usually the thing I click on. Is usually the first thing they suggest me is something that I usually will click on. And it was nice to have. I was like, oh, I like that turtleneck. I was like, I'll watch this.
Yeah, no, see, I've actually got the good thing about that was the badge. The Star Trek badge is actually it's actually a proper pin badge. So I took that off. I didn't want it to sort of show Star Trek.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun doing that. And I try and basically the music is me, but a lot of those videos is me basically miming to my own song. But what you're hearing, what you're hearing is me actually. That's actually recorded by me.
Yeah,
so,
I liked your guitar riffs in that one. I enjoyed it.
So I'm learning all the time. I'm learning to do a bit more solo stuff now, and that
nice.
That sort of thing. So it's all fun and games.
Nice. Well, Brad, best whatever you're doing with the rest of your evening. Hope you enjoy.
Yeah, well,
take a mind off
probably watch the end of the show and then go to bed. It's fast.
Yeah, it's getting a little late.
I do these shows. I'm so hyped up. I can't get to sleep. So it's always a late night anyway. But thanks for having me on, Jack, and hopefully
thank you for your patience.
Family be okay, and hopefully Spurs will start on the upward trend again.
Rise again, like we say, rise again. But thank you for your patience as well, Brad.
No problem. Cheers, Jack.
Alrighty. See you soon.
Go on, you Spurs. Faith in the fans, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's trust in the fans. Big up, Brad. Great call. See you soon, man. Bye. Everybody, show Brad some support, please. As well, anybody that's still in here, I bet there's probably one or two of you that haven't subscribed, so please do. He's a Spurs fan like me, Spurs fan like the rest of you. He deserves some love, especially in times like this. I think we all do. Also, as well, what I would say too, never know, you might surprise yourself, and you might have one of Brad's videos pop up on your feed like it did mine, and I did enjoy it. I did enjoy his music video, and also as well, you never know, might see a genre change from him, like as YouTube has suggested. That's hilarious to see that YouTube made a genre change on his behalf. Dermatron here with the super chat. Big yourself up, my friend. He says, Dave, we're all behind you. The brother, Dave, we were all behind you, brother Harris, and the Flat Cap Army, the best in the world. So I appreciate up this group. You mean the world to me, Dermot. I really love our community here. I really love everybody around in this Harris Army, this Irish Hotspur community. It's tight knit. We seem to really know at least, a lot of where we're coming from on Spurs things, but we just, I think, all stay in touch with each other. We stay in check with each other. And I really love this community. This community has built me up. It's made me a much better Spurs fan. It's made me a much smarter Spurs fan. And I've also experienced things I probably will never have been able to have experienced in my entire lifetime, thanks to pretty much all of you. So Dermot, I absolutely love and appreciate you as well. And Dave, I think he has an important day with his sister, an important day with his operation. And we wish him and his sister strength and just bravery and courage and all those things, because that's all you can hope for is just bravery and courage. And that's all you can hope for. But Dermot, really do appreciate you, my man, and appreciate all your support as always. And thank you for helping me out earlier as well. But we're going to go on to the next guest of the evening and then the other guest after that. But we have to wrap up things pretty soon because I'm getting a little tired now and I also get a little hungry. But we're going to bring on the KPV.
Hello.
Hey, KPV.
Hello.
Chosen red today, I see.
Just a jacket, just a Nike jacket, you see. And
Don't worry, I'm just messing with you. But KPV, how are you? Good to see you, my man.
Yeah, I'm okay. Just annoyed from what just happened a couple of minutes ago earlier.
I'm sorry. What is it? Everything okay, KPV? Is it?
It's just a staff member having a go at me, and
I'm sorry.
Yeah, staff member named Paul Burbick, who I just don't really like Everton fan. Yeah, just
I'm sorry.
I just don't. Yeah, so I just don't really want to speak to him. He's a bit of a jabroni. That's all I'm going to say. Nothing else, but a bit of a dick. So
let's take your mind off things, KPV. Let's help take your mind off things. I'm sorry, man. That sucks, dude. Let's take your mind off things. Do you want to start with? What do you make of the booing, KPV? Like, do you think there's a booing culture at Spurs? And like, what do you make of booing in general, KPV? I've come out and said I'm a bit of a guy that is on occasion booing people. Like, I'm not going to say I'm perfect or anything, KPV. I'm guilty of doing it. What do you make of the booing?
I don't think it's acceptable. Like, yeah,
are you a bit embarrassed by it? Yeah,
I'm quite embarrassed. Like, I don't think it's acceptable to boo a player who just came on and touched the ball. Like, obviously, when a player comes on, like Dyer doesn't get booed when he's made mistakes, and he doesn't. But like, yeah, Sanchez gets booed. Ndombele done it against Morecambe in the FA Cup last year, and he got booed going off, and and players, but Berbatov, Sheringham, and Sol Campbell have got booed when they touched. Like, even the North London derby, we drew 1-1 when he went and won the double. Like, touching the ball every time he got booed, and like, yeah, players get booed, but not acceptable to boo him. Like, it's not acceptable, but yeah, he's not good enough. And
do you think Sanchez was being used because KPV, right? Everybody's very frustrated with the club. They're frustrated with Daniel Levy. They're frustrated with the players. Do you think Sanchez was used as a bit of a scapegoat for what is just kind of general anger and frustration, right? Like, maybe they were just kind of like how they're mad at Daniel Levy. They kind of just scapegoated Sanchez and just used all their anger and pointed towards him, right? Maybe it wasn't just people just being mad at Sanchez. It's them being mad at other things too, right?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. And like, he scored a few goals last season, and he didn't celebrate because people were giving him stick, and he just didn't celebrate scoring. So he didn't celebrate while scoring. Like, Son didn't do that against Leicester because people were giving him some hate and stick. So he just silenced the critics against Leicester, scoring a hat-trick, and he silenced the critics. So scoring a hat-trick against Leicester, he just shut them up. And maybe
I didn't know that's why he didn't celebrate, KPV. I didn't know that, my man. Mark News saying, big up KPV. He's a Tottenham legend. Hope you're okay, mate. We got your back, bro. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris Army. Mark News got your back, KPV.
Cheers, Mark. Really appreciate your support. And over the last year, after I lost my friend last year, cheers for the support, my man. And
Donovan knows the right girls is saying, head up, King, you're safe here. He's saying, so he's calling King KPV. Is that what the K is for? Not even Kyle. Is it King Patrick Vineyard?
Yeah, King. Like, it's the King, because I'm the king of the Spurs channels. Like, so you're looking at a new king of the club. Like,
love that, KPV. Good like, man. I know something that'll cheer you up, by the way, KPV. By the way, I got Gary Lineker's Ultimate Team SBC, by the way. So you and I have to play each other in Ultimate Team soon. And I'm going to have to give you a bit of a lesson, I think. I'm going to have to give you some homework. Because I got Big H. I got Big H and Gary Lineker up top, KPV. You better get ready.
Yeah. So what formation you got? Because I've got
I'm doing a 4-4-2. I'm doing a 4-4-2 right now.
Yeah, I've got David Beckham white wing, FIFA 22 though. That I've got some old Premier League wing, the players icons. I've got Lineker can play white wing as well, Kulu, and I've got So, and I've got some other players on there, but I've got FIFA 22. So
King Model saying, "Listen, KPV, there was only one king."
Well, Huddle. You're looking at a new king now, King Hoddle, and that's me. So not you anymore. So I'm king here, and we're going to do what I say, mate. So if you have...
Come on, you're king KPV. People are here to cheer you up, KPV. People are
Cheers,
here to cheer
Lewis,
you
my
up.
friend. I really appreciate it. So, yeah, I've got some great players on FIFA 22, and people haven't seen my team yet, so they won't know what team I've got. But anyway, yeah.
That's because you keep hiding from David and I. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. KPV, I have a question, though. Do you feel like Europe, does that still matter to you, European football? Like, do you want Spurs, even though Spurs are kind of beating you down right now, do you still want us to finish as high as possible? Or would you rather we not have the distraction of European football next season?
I'd still want European football, but buzz off. I wouldn't mind Europa League. I just don't want Conference League because I know they're both Thursday competitions. I don't want the Conference League because the team that wins that gets back into the Europa League. Even if they finish top 4, then they get back into the UCL. But I wouldn't mind Europa League. Then that gives us a chance of winning it to get back in that competition. But apparently, there's going to be a new Champions League format. Teams
next season.
Yeah, the 5th, whoever finishes 5th gets Champions League. I said on Messenger to some friends, not sure about that, but apparently a friend of mine said should be happy.
Season, KPV, yeah. So for next season, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, why not?
Would you rather would you think the manager would be better off without, having that extra game? Do you think the manager would prefer just to have fewer games to be able to sort of practice and train and get the right sort of, because we've seen guys like Unai Emery, right? He's had 1 game a week and he's kind of turned Villa around. Do you think maybe that's what our manager needs, is just fewer games, probably?
Yeah, probably need a few games with that.
I'm a bit selfish, KPV, that I do want those extra games, though. I like having that.
Yeah, you want extra games. Yeah, that's what people need. Want extra games. But on this day, 2019, we beat Man City on the Etihad, and people go on a Spurs app and watch the full game in highlights. We lost 4-3, but we won on away goals, and Llorente said that was the best moment of his life. So happy 4-year anniversary, Spurs. Beating Man City at the Etihad, aggregate we lost, but we still went through on away goals. I was at home during Easter holidays then and watching it, so I watched it. And Son scored home and away in the Champions League. So Ronaldo, thanks for that, getting us into the semis. But you missed the first leg against Ajax because of sending off against Bournemouth. So you missed the first leg, but came back for the second. And yeah, but done pretty good.
What do you think of Sonny quickly, KPV? I actually thought I knew he would score against Bournemouth, but do you think Sonny is starting to look back? Is he back to his old self?
Yeah, he's starting to look back to his old self. He scored against Bournemouth when the season we reached the Champions League final, we won 5-0, and he scored, I think, once or something, but he always scores against them. But for the first time, Kane hasn't scored in back-to-back games. It was, Danjuma finally scoring against his old club, finally getting a Premier League goal, and Richarlison was not offside, man. Again, against Forest, not offside, man.
He's so unlucky. He's getting so unlucky.
He has to score on Sunday against Newcastle, and that's going to be tough. But our away record is pretty good. 4 wins, only 1 lost. But that was when we should have won the league. The season Leicester won it. That was only 1 loss. But 4 wins and 1 draw and 1 loss. So Eddie Howe, look out, fella. Revenge is coming. And Joe Linton always seems to step up, but couldn't get the job done last season, though, could you, fella? Bentancur giving him a talking to. And so,
do you think KPV, Newcastle, do you think they could be a bit? It's hard to know because I think they'll be really up for this game. And after the way they were beaten by Aston Villa, they'll feel a bit sort of maybe motivated to do the same thing to us, right? They'll probably come back with a vengeance to try to do the same thing for us. Are you worried that it could get ugly with Newcastle, or do you think it will be a close game at the end of the day? Or you think it could be an ugly one? Where we
could be a close game, I think, because, as I said, our away record at Newcastle is good. Won there last season in October when a Newcastle fan had a cardiac arrest. And well done to Reguilon for telling the ref to stop the game. And so well done, Reggie. Appreciate that, mate. And the Dyer was telling the Newcastle staff
I think you told the medical team to get off their ass, right? And get over there, basically. Yeah,
get over there.
That was amazing on both of their accounts.
Yeah, they're both their accounts. So really appreciate that, boys. But revenge is coming this weekend away. They've not done a double over since the season Leicester won the league, and they beat us home and away. But Dyer scored at home against them when Leicester won the league, and he scored, and Lamela done it on the final day. So not doing a double over us again, Newcastle. But sorry, Trippier, mate. Kane's going to score against you, just like he did already. So look out, kiddo. But
can't remember the last time Newcastle did the double. That would be just showing the times.
Yeah, that was when Leicester won the league. They done a double over us.
Wow.
And that was when they had Jose Perez, who scored twice. And Mitrovic,
and he went to Leicester after that.
Yeah,
all of a sudden.
And he scored a hat-trick against Southampton in a 9-0 win away. And that was when Vardy won a golden boot. Liverpool won the league. So Southampton losing 9-0 at home, but then revenge against Leicester a few months later away. So basically, normally the home team wins, but Leicester won away, Southampton won away. So unlucky, but Villa's going to be tough away. We won there already last season, 4-0, Son hat-trick. So
none of these games for the rest of the season look easy, KPV. They all look really hard. And Villa's going to be hard. Mark Canoe saying we even got a bank holiday next month for the coronation of the new King KPV. The flags are already flying high in the streets. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris Army. And then also Ellie here saying, big yourself up, KVV. You're KPV. Hold your head up. And you are a king. That's right. Who let the dogs out, says Ellie as well. Pick yourself up, Ellie. Really do appreciate you all cheering.
Really appreciate it, sis. Really appreciate that, Els. And so...
Any other things, KPV, you wanted to chat about here? Stellini, maybe. What do you make of, or how about this, Vincent Kompany, KPV? He seems to be leading the race right now. What do you make of the fact that Vincent Kompany is leading the race?
I actually wouldn't mind him because Daniel Levy's been impressed with the work he's done at Burnley, and I think some of the fans on Facebook said that Daniel Levy needs to get this man because of the work he's done at Burnley, and he even said that he doesn't think Burnley will have the funds in the Premier League for the new season coming. So, which is absolutely spot on. So I would love him at Spurs, but the fans were singing Pochettino's name again, as they do with the last few games. So they're going to do it at home against United on Thursday next week. So well done. But I think I wouldn't mind Kompany, but do a poll, Jack. Who would you want, Poch or Kompany? See if anyone can vote. Who do you want, people? Kompany or Poch? Let me know.
I'd be happy with either of them, but for me personally, KPV, I'm more of a Pochettino guy. I think I would rather Pochettino in before Kompany. But what I do like about Kompany is I do feel like he is a guy that probably could lead a rebuild. He led a rebuild at Burnley. It feels like he could, in some sense, have some of the materials or some of the tools to be able to lead a rebuild here. It would be a big step up, though. I think it's a huge step up. So I think he needs more experience first.
Yeah, he needs more experience, though. But Pochettino's who I want. But hopefully we're not doing the same thing we done the last season, right? 71 days without a manager, then we get the ex-Wolves manager, Nuno, saying it was going to
happen again.
Nah, not happen again. So Daniel Levy, do your job, kid, and bring Poch back. But if you don't, then pick up the phone and get company to appoint company. So, but yeah, Pochettino, Daniel Levy. So do your job and bring Poch back because he wanted a rebuild. You heard him. So bring him back, Daniel Levy, otherwise there's going to be trouble coming your way. So do it before the end of the season. So I suggest you do it, Daniel Levy, or else you've got a thing coming from us. So yeah, do your job.
You got a message from KPV if you don't do it exactly
and
right.
I'm off anyway because
enjoy your evening, my man. Enjoy your evening.
Yeah, and I'll see you all on Friday.
See you Friday, KPV. Maybe you and I can get a game of FIFA in between then.
Yeah, I've found you already. It's the flat cap.
Yeah, it's the flat cap hero. You'll be getting an ultimate team invite from the Naughty Donkeys.
Well, yeah, you're not gonna like my team. I've got a few WhatsApp players in there, so I've got a couple players in there, but Romero.
There not be any Chelsea players in there, KPV, in that
team. Don't worry, it's not Chelsea players. It's just a North London Derby team I'm doing. North London Derby. So it's a North London Derby team I'm doing. So I'll see you Friday.
See you Friday, KPV.
Levy out. Have a good night. Levy out.
Big up, KPV. See you soon.
Big up, man. See you soon.
Everybody, pick up KPV. Wish him a good rest of his evening. Also cheer him up as well. I think he needed that distraction, and we all love KPV over here, and he does us a good service by coming on all the time and just having, keeping me company and everything. We all love KPV, everybody. So please, wish him well, everybody. But last guest of the evening, it's going to be the closer. Hello, Ellie.
Hello there. How you doing?
I'm okay, Ellie. Are you all right with being the closer?
Yeah, I love being the closer. I am the closer.
Ellie. It was like I said, a psychological experiment. It felt like over this weekend with Sanchez and everything.
Yeah.
What do you make of this weekend?
A bit sad.
The question I asked: are you a bit embarrassed after it all? Maybe.
Look, it made me very sad because it took me back to my playing days as well, Jack, when I was playing and I was getting abused, and it's not nice. If you get singled out, that's even worse. Like if you're booed because I got booed because I was a girl playing football in an era where it wasn't acceptable really for girls to play football. It wasn't recognised. Nobody really wanted it. Well, not nobody, but a lot of people didn't like it. And I just felt sorry for Sanchez, even though he's not a good player and he's made so many mistakes. You've got to feel sorry for the lad because he's got his family watching in the stands, and it's embarrassing for him as well, isn't it, Jack? It's embarrassing to come on and then to be substituted. So I blame Stellini as well. So he should have stood by his man and been stronger and said, right, 2 fingers up to the crowd. I'm keeping the man on. I made the substitution because I thought it was right for the team, right? And you can't blame him solely for the goal. Obviously, he passed it in front. He was trying to clear it, but he just, true Sanchez style, he gets his feet muddled up and it goes to the player. But there was lots of mistakes way before that. And there were many, many mistakes made by other players as well, and they weren't booed. So if you're going to do it, boo every player then. Boo the whole team. But I personally don't boo. I don't like it. I don't like it. It doesn't sit comfortably with me. And I sort of was chats all day about that as well. People that boo and they agree with booing. I was trying to persuade them not to.
Ellie, I kind of was saying how myself, I know I'm probably guilty of booing, and I just don't know if I would have taken it though as far as people had. Like I think I would have probably been guilty of booing after that goal was conceded. And I'll admit, Ellie, I think it's probably a bit of a fault of my own. I think it's just we all have flaws, we all do things we might regret, and I think I would probably boo the team after that goal was conceded. But I just don't think I would have to hear that Sanchez was being booed minutes later after it happened, like with every touch he was taking. That's when it was too far for me, Ellie. That just was too far.
I know. Jack, look, we're all human at the end of the day. We all make mistakes. We all do things that we've regretted in our lives, but we can't be booed for everything we do.
Yeah.
You know, if you're like, they're booing the whole team, they're booing Levy, they're saying Levy out, which is okay in my book. You know, if you're disgruntled with the club and you're voicing it eloquently, you know, you just say, we want Levy out, we want Levy out. You know, that's sending a message to the board that they don't agree with what the chairman's done with our club. That's much more effective than booing a single player for making an error. You know, and like I said, I blame Stellini as well for bringing him off. Why did he bring him off? He's like vindicating what the crowd are saying, unless the only thing I can think of is that Sanchez just wanted to come off and he signalled to the bench that he wanted to come off because he couldn't stand it, you know. But, you know, sometimes, Jack, they say man up. I don't agree with that. I just feel that you're a human being, you make errors, own your errors, come out and, like Eric Dyer, he makes errors and then he makes up some excuse that he's the best player and he's not, he's had a good season. You know, he's his own PR man, isn't he? You know, I reckon if 10 people booed him outside the ground, he'd boo them back. He would do. He's that sort of character. But, you know, it doesn't sit comfortably with me.
No.
You know?
And do you think maybe Sanchez was just, it's horrible that this is the case, Ellie, but like you maybe brought up earlier, Sanchez was perhaps the victim of what was just a greater frustration towards everything, towards the ownership, towards the players, towards the team, towards the style of play, of not playing with that Spurs type of style of on the front foot type of football. A lot of those different frustrations and angers maybe were just all kind of, once Sanchez made that mistake, it was like the straw on the camel's back or something, you know.
Yeah, it's like a crescendo of errors that lead into that one moment where they're booing
just
one
happened
single
to be
player.
He happened to make the wrong mistake at the wrong time, where then he received the blunt of all of it.
Yeah, but then, I mean, before that, Porro made so many errors in the game defensively. And that wasn't the only error he made when he received the ball and he lost it. He made quite a few errors, but they weren't booing him because he's the new boy on the block. You know, in their little book of who they're going to boo, he's not high up in the list because he's a new boy on the block. Whereas Sanchez, he's been there and he's fallen over and he's done so many errors that are quite evident, but not just, Dyer's just done as many, but he does. The thing is, Dyer doesn't get booed, but he really does get it from where I stand. I saw a comment.
He gets it from you.
Yeah, he does. He gets really criticised verbally, really terrible language coming out of people's mouths, you know. So I think that's even worse when you actually physically or like verbally abuse somebody, you know. You see, when the Arsenal goalie done that gesture to the fans and the fan kicked him, that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to kick him. To verbally shout something, if it's within reason, you know, you're getting your frustration out as a fan, you know, within reason. You don't have to go over the top. But I just think booing is childish. It's childish in my book.
Yeah.
Really is.
I know what you mean, Ellie. And I also feel like, too, that Sanchez, I don't know, like I even took back a lot of what I said, too, because when I found out that maybe it's not totally true that he had rejected moves this winter and everything, because I had thought, Ellie, maybe I kind of made the point that he kind of put himself in this position after supposedly rejecting some moves this winter. But if that isn't true, that he didn't, like he would have taken a move elsewhere, I don't know. You can only, I think you're allowed to get frustrated at Sanchez for being shit. And I think you're allowed to get frustrated at Sanchez for being a bad footballer and for sticking around as long as he has. But I think it was taken too far, Ellie. And I think when I found out the way that Ali Gold had described it, it was more than what I actually had thought. What I had originally thought, Ellie, was that he was sort of being booed while kind of while maybe the ball was getting picked out of the net and sort of like the game was being kind of underway again, like he was getting booed during that time period. I kind of understood if that was the case, like if he was getting booed for maybe about a minute, during while the game was getting kind of set to go underway again. But to find out it was happening just for that long, it's just too far for me.
I'm liking it, right? I blame the club as well, because like he's comfortable at a club. We're a big club, right? He's getting really good wages. Why would he want to leave and go to a lesser club who are not in Champions League football regularly? He's got a cushy number there, and we're always rewarding failure at our club. We're offering contracts to players that have let us down big time, so you have to blame the club as well for keeping these type of players at our club that they're not meaningfully making the mistakes, but they just haven't got the ability, Jack. They haven't got the defensive prowess to seek out danger. I mean, the only defender that we've got really at the moment is Romero, and the rest of them are pretty average or below average. So, and it shows in the league how many goals we've conceded. Is it the fifth worst defense? The
fifth or sixth worst defense in the league. It's pathetic. It really is.
Fifth worst defense, yes. You see, and like that stat that came up just, I don't know who brought it up. I think it was Brad. He said that we've let in 46 goals, and now when we had Toby and Jan, we only let in 26 for the whole of the season. So you can see the difference, and that's why I like KPP, because he's all for Poch and I'm all for Poch. I've been quite vocal about it. I'd love it, because not for the romance. I don't want it for the romance. I want it because he can sort out a lot of the damage that has been done throughout the years since he's left, and he can pick up. I think he's got it in him to take this team to a newer level, because he's only got three of his very first teamers that are in there, and probably Lloris is going to go anyway, so he's only really got two, because Dyer wasn't really featuring a lot in his teams, right? And nor was Skip, nor was Tanganga. They were all fringe players under Poch, so he's got a whole new team to gel as a team, right? And I think with Poch coming back, I think Kane will stay as well.
I think he would be the one to convince Kane. I think you're right, actually, with Pochettino Pauls. I think you're right. Ellie, just a quick follow-up, I actually have, and this was a question I didn't get to ask this enough tonight, and it's been brought up by Chris here. He says, I don't agree with you. The only interactions we get with these players are when we attend matches. They are in such a bubble that they never face true criticism. So booing is the only way. And Chris, if you wanted to make sure that, maybe at least I had a question prepared for that, I wasn't able to really sort of bring it up as much as I would have liked this question, Chris, but maybe it's something similar to what you said here. I wrote here, Ellie, if the fans feel they have no real direct communication with the club or the players, how else should they vent their frustration then?
Yeah, like I said, it doesn't sit well with me. I wouldn't personally boo any individual player or the team. I don't boo, and I always stay to the end. I see other fans leaving when we're losing. I never do that, because I'm a fan that loves our club. I love our club, so all the players that go out on that field, I actually love them all, And if they do, like a naughty kid, if they've done wrong, I'm not going to boo my kid. Boo, you've done wrong. No, I'm not going to do that. So if that's how they want to vent their frustration, that's their choice. I'm not going to say they're wrong. It's just me. I wouldn't personally do it. That is the way they can communicate. I wouldn't go and say that you're wrong for doing that. I'll just say I wouldn't do it personally.
Do you feel like, though, too, Ellie, that Spurs fans, if they feel like they can't, like Daniel Levy doesn't listen to them, the players never come out and really own up to anything, the fans just felt like, well, what else am I supposed to really do with all this? You know, it's like
frustration.
all this pent up anger, all this pent up
Yeah.
energy. They don't get to come on these fan shows like you, Ellie, and get to rant it
Yeah.
out here. Like they just wanted to let it out somewhere, and maybe they did it the wrong way, but it had to go
Yeah.
somewhere. That energy needed to go somewhere. It wasn't just going to be bottled up anymore. Right.
Yeah, I know some fans are very bad with their obscenities. That's even worse, I think, than booing. A boo, you know, it's a boo. It doesn't. You can forget about it. You got to man up, haven't you, in terms of taking it on the chin. Like I know when I was playing, if I was booed, it made me more inspired, you know. But they're usually when I was getting booed or shouted at, it was usually because I'm a girl and I'm playing football. But these guys, they play football week in, week out for a massive team like Spurs. So the expectation is for them to perform week in, week out at a high level. But when they drop their level or they can't perform to the level that they should do, then the club should let them go. So it's the club that should get booed, not the player. The club people that run our club, they're the ones that we should be aiming our frustration at.
Yeah, more of that energy should have been directed towards the ownership and Levy, in your opinion.
Yes, because they're the ones who put him on the pitch. Stellini's the one who puts him on the pitch. Levy is the one who employs Stellini. Yeah, he's put him in that place to make those decisions. So the buck falls at the top, I'm afraid. Sorry, but it does.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ellie.
Yeah.
2 more questions I have for you, but still 2 good ones. Don't you worry, Ellie. Plenty of Spurs fans feel checked out with this season. Do you feel like the players are starting to look a little checked out? Harry Kane didn't look too interested at a certain stage. Do you feel like the players are starting to just feel a bit fussed up with it, just kind of want to be on the beach already, do you think?
Harry Kane's a funny one, right? Because in that game, he was trying, right? He was trying and he was making some good runs and they weren't finding him and he was getting frustrated. I could see it on his face, right? So when he's making these really good runs and they're not finding him, it's human nature to be like switch off as well. And he did switch off later on in the game, but then he came alive again. When Danjuma and Richarlison came on, you see how we played. We played with much more spirit. We played much more offensive. Obviously, we went for it, you know, but we left ourselves short at the back and we lost the game in the end. So if by booing Sanchez off the pitch, we might have even won that game because when Richie and Danjuma came on, the whole crowd lifted as well. When Danjuma scored that goal and he was going, come on, come on. It was so inspiring and you could see where I stand in 252, it's like they're very critical, but when the team are playing well, they're at their best. You know, but they will give it to the team when they're at their worst, and they will try and lift them. They do try and lift them. So hopefully, listen, I haven't checked out on this season. I haven't checked out until that final whistle blows. And if we make a European spot, be it, I don't want conference, to tell you the truth. I don't want it. I'd rather not.
Would you be okay with Europa League, or do you not even want that?
The Europa League I'm okay with. Obviously, the Champions League is the big one. But do you know what? A lot of fans say, oh, I don't care if I get we don't want to get really Champions League because it'll milk Daniel Levy's pay packet. But I want it because I love Champions League nights. And that night when we all spent together for the AC Milan the day before, building up to it, and then it was a big letdown. But the atmosphere was a bit of a letdown that day. It wasn't like a normal European. It's because the team didn't perform. They really played badly that game. And in fact, I would say that was the worst performance of our season in terms of effort and no continuity, the passing, everything. Everything was off that night. And it should have been the greatest night of our, one of the greatest nights, beating AC Milan. And I don't think they'd have actually knocked out an English team, had they, up to then, if I recall, in the Champions League. They hadn't won in London, I think. That's what it was. Yeah. So anyway, it was one of those nights which didn't really set our world on fire, did it? It was sort of
no.
It was like
I think
our
also part
fire
of the
was
reason the
blown
energy
out.
wasn't there that night, Ellie, though, is also because like I think part of the reason was because people already were starting to feel checked out in that season. I think that was after we got knocked out with Forest and everything, right? Like people just felt
Sheffield United.
or sorry, with
so
Sheffield
bad.
United. That's what I meant. Yeah, you're right, Ellie. Like I think people just starting to already kind of lose that energy. They were starting to already lose that sort of like edge to it, Ellie. Yeah.
Yeah. Because we love the FA Cup at Spurs, you know, and when we don't play our star player and we play like that against Sheffield United, you don't blame the fans for wanting to check out. But I just want to see it to the end. I'm going to go to most of the matches. The only one I'm going to boycott is the Man United one.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've got tickets for the Crystal Palace and the Brentford game, so you know, let's see. I just want to make a European spot anyway.
Me too, Ellie.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you wanted to say before you close it off with me here?
Yeah, I just want to wish David and all his family very good luck with his sister's operation, and my heart's with you, David. And if you're listening to this, everybody's behind you. Everybody will be supporting you. Whenever you feel like coming back, don't rush if you don't feel like up to it. So, yeah, look after your sister, and I hope everything goes well with her operation.
Thank you, Ellie. I think you said that better than even I did. So thank you, Ellie.
Yeah.
I'm really thankful that so many people have remembered even to say something to Dave. It's very you guys are very considerate of everyone else. You guys are very considerate of each other.
He's a lovely guy. He's got a big heart. He's made our lives different. David Harris with his wit. He's so charming. With you and David are the best on this in the world. The best. No one
Harris
can
Army,
touch
Ellie.
you.
The
No
Harris
one
Army.
can touch you two. No one. Yeah.
Well, Ellie, let's maybe an
Irish
extension of us. An extension of us as yourself, because we're all connected to each other, arm in arm.
Yes.
Is there anything that we want to plug other than I would love to give THFC Till I Die big plug? Is there anything else that we should plug as well?
Already plugged us. I went on a really lovely boys show just before I came onto your show, about a couple of hours before. That Dermot hooked me up to FTSN Cole. He's a Man United fan. Fantastic channel. He's such a good presenter as well, and he asked me some really telling questions. It was a very good show. So everybody get over there, give him some support. He's a very, very nice. He's only young, but he's so good at what he does. So I enjoyed myself on the show anyway. And he's up and coming, the boy. So even though he supports Man United, it was like I was on a Spurs show. He made me feel welcome, so it was really good. Yeah. And also to Mia's show, because Mia's doing such a grand job.
Yes.
I spoke to her this morning and we had a good old natter. And you know what? I had to take my cat to the vet today because he was quite poorly. But he's okay now. They've given him an injection, so he's on the mend. We had a little natter, and I said I'll support you, and I'll post stuff on my Instagram and on THFC's socials like I do for everybody else. Everybody I like, I will help them. Yeah.
Ellie,
Come on,
Ellie,
the Spurs community.
I just want to say I appreciate all that you do for Dave and I appreciate just you coming on when you do, and just I don't know, Ellie. I had a good night with you on the AC Milan.
Yeah.
I wish it was better, but I love our community, and I love everybody that we have
so
here.
Do I.
It's good to have
and
you
you go get yourself some nice food now, Jack. You
Thank you, Ellie.
You've done a long stint.
I will.
Yeah, and all I want for our club is to unite and push towards this European place, be it the Champions League or Europa Cup. Let's all get behind the team and support our club, because at the end of the day, they're our club. They're not the board's club. They're our club. They belong to the fans. Yeah, and it's up to us to act responsibly. And if you want to boo, boo. I'm not going to criticise you, but I personally wouldn't boo. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Everybody,
come on.
Show Ellie some support. Hit that link for THFC Till I Die. Just follow Ellie, the Højbjerg, queen of the Højbjerg army, everywhere she goes.
Yeah.
Because also as well, Ellie, I think Højbjerg needs some defending, and I know you do it better than
Yeah,
anybody
I do.
else.
Don't worry.
Nobody does it better.
Yeah, I'll defend my man. When he's bad, like Mia said, when Romero plays bad, she criticises him. He had a bit of a stinker. He didn't have a very good game. So yeah, he has to own up. He has to own up. And do you know what? Højbjerg's man enough to say that he's done a bad game. He will come out and say, "Look, I didn't do my best." All right, come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you IrishHotspur. And David. In David we trust, and in Jack we trust.
Thank you, Ellie.
Yes.
Thanks for also ending things off for me.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate you, Ellie.
Take
Bye,
care.
Ellie.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for being the closer. Bye, Ellie. Everybody, go over and support Ellie's channel, THFC Till I Die. Great work that she's doing over there. And honestly, just somebody that's been with us since the very beginning is what I would say, Ellie. So she deserves all our support and all our love. But everyone, I think we'll end it there on the fan show. Big, long one. I've been enjoying having these lengthy chats with all of you. And I also appreciate just having these one-on-ones. But I think we'll be leaving it there. Hit that like button, please, on the way out. Please get your comments in for those that maybe are watching this back. If you are, would love to see those who have, enjoyed the show, leaving their comments down below. Hit the like button, please, everybody. Really do appreciate you all. For those who have come on and had their say, appreciate to those like I believe Anthony, who gave a super chat, as well as Dermatron and plenty of others who donated with a super chat as well. It really does help the channel. Dave should be back by tomorrow, I think, everybody. If he's not, you can blame me. Sometimes I make too many promises too quickly, but Dave should be back sometime soon. Do keep him in your thoughts. Keep his sister in your thoughts. Just keep his family in your thoughts, because it is a big operation today. But you should be back soon, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. Thank you for those who helped me out today, like Ellie, Dermot, and especially THFC Till I Die. Ellie and Dermot did help me out a lot today with this fan show. So everybody, big themselves up, big me up as well. Everybody who had a chat today, really did enjoy all of it. But I will be seeing ya. Come on, you Spurs. And everybody, as always, let's stick together and let's just keep going till the rest of the season. Come on, you Spurs, everybody. I'll be seeing ya. Bye. Everywhere we go.